Good morning. It is I again. Whew. I hope everybody had a great evening. Welcome to day 20. I am going to let the room load for 1 second as we sit here and we contemplate the testimony from yesterday. I went and listened to Nate quite a bit, got his feeling on what he saw in the courtroom, what he felt in the courtroom, and you can just feel how much this trial has basically affected him and most likely has affected everyone who was there, even though they didn't see what the jury was seeing. And I'll get to that in a second. I just cannot even imagine. I cannot imagine. I have seen in my years of doing what I'm doing autopsy photos. I've seen a lot of gruesome things that are heartbreaking and hard to fathom. But these cases that involve children are some of the worst and have basically affected me my entire life. And I say that because I had a family member that was it was a friend, but we, family. I'm adopted, so my whole thing about families is different. But this person was very close, and they lost a 3-year-old niece to a serial killer. And I went to that trial, and that was ages ago. And that is what formed the reason I watch trials today, and the reason that I do what I do and have done what I've done. And I've seen gruesome stuff. Listening to Nate and seeing his face as somebody who's reporting it's just hard. It's wrenching. You just can feel it. It's palpable. And I cannot even imagine what it was like for him. Actually, I can't. But my heart goes out to anyone who had to sit and watch what they watched. And that watching was just a jury reacting to what they were seeing. And I'm just going to get into it real quick. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to come over here and say hi. And then I will get to my talking a little bit about what Nate had to say. Candy, good morning. Always my first girl in the morning. Thank you so much for being here and supporting. Brian, welcome. Rabbit of Chaos, good to see you. I'm so glad. I think I saw you in here yesterday, but I was doing a lot of stuff and missed you. I'm sorry I missed you. I'm glad you're here. Cool Yeet, good morning. Welcome to our chat. And Mal, good morning. Wendy, good morning. So here we are. Glad to see everybody. If I miss you, just say hi in the chat and I'll get you throughout the day. I'll get you a hi. Linda, good morning. Also reminder that we do have the other trial. This is my main focus trial. That's a second trial that I decided to bring into. It is there if you want to watch it. It is the Karen Reed trial. And they're on day 8 over there. Everything for both of these trials you can see in the playlist for each of them. So I'm going to get straight to it and kind of go over a little bit of what Nate said. I didn't do too much. We hardly ever have that much time. But So yesterday was day 19. Today is day 20. There were 3 witnesses. I'm only going to speak about the first, but I wanted to give mention to the other 2. The first one that we'll be speaking about is the medical examiner, Dr. Garth Warren. He performed the autopsies on JJ and Tylee. Then there was Chandler Detective Ariel Werther. He went through the cell phone activity. Then there was a forensic scientist, Tara Martinez. I believe that she is the one who went over all the fingerprints and other stuff like that. But my main focus is going to be on the graphic autopsy photos that Nate said did cause several jurors to cry. Dr. Garth Warren, the medical examiner, talked about the autopsies of JJ and Tylee. This testimony was very graphic, and some of the photos that only the jury saw were also shown in Lori Vallow trial. I did not see them, or there was no seeing. That trial was audio only, and I didn't listen to it. Several of the jurors were seen crying when they showed those photos. The autopsies were performed in Ada County. Basically, Dr. Warren spoke about what he saw. JJ was brought in a body bag. I should stop real quick and say, trigger warning. Tylee was brought in several body bags, along with other bags. While they went through it all, Chat sat expressionless, but shook his head a few times. He didn't have much of a reaction, but the jurors most definitely did. Dr. Warren spoke about JJ's remains during his first hour on the stand before the judge called for a much-needed recess. After that, Warren spoke about Tylee's remains. It was all very hard to hear, and I can only imagine how tough it was for the jurors to see those photos. I cannot imagine, actually I can, seeing JJ wrapped in black plastic with a plastic bag over that. Warren stated that he died of asphyxia with a plastic bag and duct tape over his mouth. Warren stated there was a lot of duct tape and body decomposition. Warren also spoke about bruising that may have been caused by some struggle or JJ having to be held down. He mentioned the skin slippage that takes place during decomposition, which can cause areas to appear as bruising, but are actually not. They determine if the bruises are fresher by dissecting a portion and looking at it under a microscope. If hemorrhaging is seen, it's fresh bruise, which was the case. This is how they determined there was a struggle. Bruises were found on his upper body. Suspected bruises on his ankles were not the case after Warren tested them. Nate stated that during all of these photos and testimony, the courtroom was quiet as a mouse. Many different facial reactions throughout. I feel like Nate was saying that the courtroom reaction was due to how the jury was reacting, as they were the ones seeing the actual photos. In listening to Nate, I could feel his own life-altering reaction to just hearing the testimony and seeing how it all affected the jury. Again, during all this testimony, Chad was just sitting there, not responding, not showing much emotion. I also wanted to say a little bit about Tylee. I didn't get that far in how to describe her autopsy. She came in fragments, and there was not enough for them to make a diagnosis other than murder, and it was unspecified means. Very difficult. It's not that I don't take away from the suffering that we know and probably can imagine that she went through, but to try to describe it would take more time, and we are just about ready to start the day. So I want to later on give a little bit of recognition, and probably will play a little bit of, if I can find the testimony quickly, maybe we'll listen to a little bit of when he did the autopsy for Tylee. But I just wanted to put that out there and describe this sweet little boy that someone had the nerve to say was possessed and needed not to be alive anymore. My heart is broken with this one, but I just wanted to read through it, and this is a tough one. I just want to remind you guys that you can see all of the testimony for all of this trial in the playlist, and for the past couple of days, I may eventually go back later on sometime down the road and put the timelines in for all the first 15 days before I realized, hey, let's do a timeline or a timestamp, chapters and stuff. It makes it easier to find. Anyway, you can go in the timestamp for the description for each of the witnesses. The other parts that Nate Eaton spoke about were the timeline of when Charles died. Chandler Detective Ariel Werther went through the cell phone activity the morning Charles died. Again, that testimony is in the description of yesterday's live. He also spoke about, or Nate mentioned, Lori's stop at Burger King and Walgreens. I kind of want that. I want to go back later on in my own time and kind of listen to that and see what her reaction was and what she was doing in that. Fingerprints. Also, he spoke about those that were left on tape. These are other parts of this evidence that, who does it point to? There was also hair collected. If you remember at one point, I believe it was during Melanie Gibbs' testimony, she was asked if she gave a sample of her hair, and I believe she said she didn't. Is that what you guys remember? I think from her testimony, I think she said she didn't. I'd like to know and be able to go back over more of that and find out exactly what hair was collected and what they had to say about that. But we're getting ready to start soon. They probably won't start for another 10 minutes, but you know how they are. So all of this testimony can be watched in yesterday's live by clicking on the timestamp for each of the description. So that is where we are with my little recap. And now I want to see what you guys are saying in the chat. What was your reaction while you were listening? Not being able to see and really trying to listen to the description of what Dr. Warren was saying as he was going through each portion. It's very difficult to hear. It is. Did your mind try to close itself down while listening? And could you palpably feel what the jury was most likely feeling while they were listening? I saw Nate say in his updates as he was doing it that he would say, there's a juror crying, and this lady over here, I can see her head is down, that kind of thing. So just knowing that, I hope that in these cases, especially ones with children, that there is help for juries after they have to sit and watch and see what we're affected by hearing, but when you add the visual, you can only imagine how much different and difficult it is. I've seen both. I have seen a lot over the years, and someone asked me, how do you do it, and how do you not how do you get through this daily? Because you detach yourself. If you're doing this kind of thing, you detach yourself from the grueling, gruesome portion and separate it. You do your stuff and then you move on. And that's how I handle things when we have to see this kind of stuff. And yes, there are times where cameras do stay on the screen longer than they should. And those kind of pictures do get through and the media does see. Later on, after trials, they release all of the evidence in these cases. And so eventually all of the stuff that we're not seeing that's up on those prompters and stuff will most likely be released. And then if the public wants to see, they would be able to then. I actually am a big, huge forensic fan. I know that sounds like people go, she's weird. She's weird. She's crazy. No, I am very interested in the forensics side of this stuff. I also have worked in my past as a volunteer for a veterinarian, and I've seen surgery. So I've seen the insides of things, and that stuff never affected me in that. The part that affects me when I know that the victim is a child, or that something really bad happened to this person. That's when it kind of, I find it hard to detach myself from what I'm seeing. And just, there have been times where I have actually had to shut down and not listen, or pull myself away a bit from the trials that we've covered over the years. I will always mention Cherish Periwinkle was one of the hardest cases. It's a horrible case, child related, and with a monster of a man who had no care at all for anything. If you ever look that up, it's a gruesome one. But that is where we sit. Let me see. I want to see if who is all. Have I seen who's Beanie's here? Hi, Beanie. Good to see you. Just kind of trying to see who else may have filtered in. And Deborah Miller, hi. Good to see you. Dana, good morning. So let's see what Deborah. Let me put the trial up real quick so that we are ready for it. And it's, I can see the resuming shortly thingy. Takes me a minute to find. There it is. I got way too many things open. There we go. I'll shrink it down a bit. So we probably got about another 5-6 minutes, maybe. They usually sort of filter in about 8:40 their time. So Deborah says, this is one I wanted to see. Deborah says, I was also AKA Deb's June then. Oh, wait, is that something else? Let me see. Oh, up here a bit. Oh, there it is. Okay, we'll go with this one first. Sorry. Good morning, Addi. I've been lurking and ready to come out and say hi. Hi, Deborah. I'm glad you're here. Was a long time, fan of yours back in the day. So good to see you. Well, I'm glad you found us over here. Life changes, stuff changes, and we go with the flow, right? I was also known as Deb's June then. There were a lot of people, and so if I don't remember, I'm sorry. I am not good at names, never will be. June was my beloved dog. Oh, that I remember. Sorry. That I remember. I remember you were named after your dog. I remember your nick was. I got it. Yes. She passed over and had to change my name. Was hard. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh, pet loss. Took me 4 years from the first time when with my first pet until I was able to even consider another pet. But I finally did. And now I know that I actually do better getting a pet right away to help me. Like I have a doodle now, a Labradoodle, who will be here to help me when his little sisters are, cross the Rainbow Bridge. And then by that time we're going to be getting a second little Labradoodle that will be his partner. Because he's a baby. He's still young, and we got him years apart with the other two. So, yeah, pet loss is not fun, but I can't live my life without a pet. So thank you for being here, and thank you for listening to me prattle on while I'm waiting for them to start. Yeah, right here. Yes. You see names and stuff, and sometimes they click and sometimes they don't, and most times they don't with me. I'm horrible at remembering people. I'm horrible at remembering dates and time. I'm not crazy. I'm autistic. There, that's good. I need to make a bumper sticker. Put that up. I'm not crazy. I'm autistic. It is what it is. Let's see here. It says that the doodle June was a standard, so smart and so no shed. So happy for you. Oh yes, we were gifted this one. He's a medium labradoodle. He was gifted. We babysat him over the winter or a year or two ago, whenever it was, year ago, two ago, I think it's two. His birthday is July 4th. He's a Independence baby. But he they're not cheap. They're I don't at first I'm like, I don't know if I would ever spend that for a dog. But we were babysitting him, fostering him over the winter because where he was at, the snow would pile up and he would just hop over the fence. So our son's friend said, "Hey, can you watch my baby?" He had to go off into the military. Well, he ended up getting sent overseas or whatever. And he said, "Would you like to adopt my son?" And I said, at first I'm like, oh, uh-oh. He was so much fun, and I fell in love with him, and he's been an awesome dog. He is bred for service, and he is amazing. And when I have my issues with autism, he knows what to do. He is absolutely amazing. And I am glad that he was gifted to me. And in fact, so glad that we will be getting a second. And he will have a little sister. His name is Ollie. And he is my Ollie Doodle. And you can see him on my TikTok. And I need to do more stuff. And so you can, guys, if you've ever been around a doodle, you'll understand they are awesome. Their personalities. We're trying to teach him words now. We got those buttons. You've seen those dogs on TikTok and on whatever, and they're pushing the buttons, talking. We don't know if that's really a thing, but you have to keep these dogs active. They cannot lay around. They get very depressed. So we have this ball thing, and we're trying to teach him to push a button when he needs to have somebody throw the ball. So it's a whole event of trying to be the proud parents of a doodle. They are a lot, but they're fun. And I am so glad he's in our life, and he is excellent. And there have been times where he's actually served himself well, taking care of my issues. So let's see. Nate, I'm going to see what, I need to actually do this so I can see. Thank you, Linda. Linda's my keeper upper for stuff that's going on Twitter. Yes, I say it with the X because Elon stole my tea. So, what does she say? She says, just in from Nate. It's day 20 of the Chad Daybell. Okay, here we go. And I'm back in the courtroom. He met prosecutors, Lindsay Blake, Rob Wood, Ingrid Beatty, and Rocky Wixom are at the prosecution table. And then she says, John Pryor is at defense. I spotted FBI evidence analyst Benjamin Dean walking into the courthouse this morning. So that gives us a little hint of who's going to be the next witness. Larry Woodcock and Vicky Hoban, Tammy Daybell's aunt, are in the gallery this morning. There are around 25 members of the public here. And also, again, we remember Luna Lake, one of our chatters, who is recovering from back surgery, and hopefully she'll be able to come by and say hi and let us know how she's doing soon. Back surgery does not heal fast. It's a slow process. My brother had it when he was 21, and I remember it took 6 months for him to be able to really even just be able to sit up. So Deborah says she was smarter than I, and I knew me better than I did. Amazing dogs, but then all dogs are amazing. Yes, dogs have the amazing ability to know when you're handling things maybe not so well. Let's get that. There we go. Yeah. So, I think that when we have stuff going on with us, no matter what it is, we put out a scent and they know what those scents, the scent means, and they respond to it. That's what I always think about, because I see him. He's the one, our dog alerted us. Ollie let us know when his little sister Bella wasn't doing well. And so, because he alerted us first before we noticed that what was going on with her. She's a picky little dog. Anyway, it ended up being that yes, indeed, she does have an issue. She has Cushing's, and he began to just be very protective, and she didn't want him around. She'd growl at him and stuff and say, "Get away from me." But he was like, "There's something wrong with her," and he would come to us and he would whine at us and go back to her. And so we immediately made an appointment, and sure enough, she's got Cushing's. It's we're working on getting it regulated, and she's gonna probably end up in diapers like this week. It's a whole thing. Cushing's is not fun for the poor baby, and it's a slow onset one, so you don't even know that what you're looking at with this dog over her life is something that she's been dealing with for a long time. I call her my lumpy girl. She has lumps. She's lumpy. And I didn't realize that was a part of Cushing's. It's fat distributes on the body differently with this disease. Toby, yeah, they're in court. They just haven't started yet. And let me see what Linda did. Linda say something? I wish they'd start, because y'all need to not have me prattling on about nothing, about dogs. One day a dog will fall out of the sky into your lap, a dog who needs you. You just don't know when. It happens to me a lot. Or they show up at your front. Was it a couple days ago? My dogs were out. We just stuck them out, and all of a sudden, all 3 of them just started going nuts. And I'm like, oh my goodness! They were trying to get over the fence that we have them secured in. And I look out front, and it was a pit bull.
All rise. The court's now in session. Will Steve accept your voice to presiding?
There we go. Let's get.
Thank you. Please be seated.
I have no issue with pit bulls. Just saying, this one was rough.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and have our jurors brought in, please.
So jurors entering. Yeah. So what I was saying was the dog was out front, and he wouldn't back off. I kept having to, be big, do the, trying to chase him away, because my dogs are like, they just want to meet the dog. No, you don't want to meet this dog. This dog would not back off. Most pit bulls that I know personally have been good, but this one seemed to be a bit aggressive. And normally I'm scared to death of big dogs like that, but I had to protect my babies. Oh, Brian. I'm glad you found us, Deborah. Waiting for the jury. Waiting is not my thing.
All right, please. Here's our President Counter for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record now on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence with the state's case in chief. Court will note the jurors are all present, properly seated and accounted for, and the court has received the signed juror affirmations of all of our jurors. So thank you again for continuing to follow the court's instructions. At this time, then, I understand the state will be calling another witness, and who is going to be examining the witness, and who will the witness be?
I will, Your Honor, and the state calls Katie Dace.
Very well, you may call your witness.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Okay. And this is some fresh water. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before we inquire, I'll just ask, have you been watching any of the trial testimony since this case began?
I have not.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given in trial?
No.
All right, thanks for answering those questions. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Catherine Dace, KATHERINE
Ms. Dace, what is your occupation or profession?
I am a forensic biologist and supervisor with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services in Meridian, Idaho.
So is that a lab?
It is.
Do you know if that lab is accredited?
Yes, we are accredited by the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation. Additionally, the biology section is accredited to the FBI quality assurance standards.
And how long have you been employed by the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab?
Since 2016.
Is that the first forensics lab you've worked at?
No.
What other labs have you worked at?
I began my career in 2008 with the Denver Police Department as a forensic biologist. I worked there until 2012, at which point I went to work for a military contractor performing DNA testing overseas for approximately 1 year. After that, I went to the Texas Department of Public Safety in Austin, Texas for approximately 2 years before coming to Idaho.
And would you describe for the jury your educational background?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in forensic biology from West Virginia University.
And did your formal education include the study of DNA?
It did.
Did that education include hands-on work with DNA testing techniques?
Yes, at each one of my employers, I completed a formal training program encompassing the duties that I would perform. These included things like scientific literature reviews, practice samples, practice cases, oral and written exams, competency cases, and supervised casework.
And are you certified by any boards?
Yes, I am certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in molecular biology.
And what are your duties and responsibilities at the Idaho State Forensics Lab?
I examine items of evidence for the presence of biological fluids and material and attempt to generate DNA profiles from those items. I will then compare DNA profiles I obtain to known reference samples in the case. And as a supervisor, I handle case management and personnel matters.
Ms. Dace, did you receive evidence in the case of the state versus Chad Daybell?
I did.
And is that evidence identified in your lab by the number M2020-2233?
It is.
In general, what evidence did you receive into your lab in this case?
I received autopsy samples from J.J. Vallow, including oral swabs, rectal swabs, penile swabs, hand swabs, and nail swabs. We received tape from around his hands, ankles, mouth, tape and plastic from around his head, and tape and plastic that the body was wrapped in. I received 2 swabs from an apartment in Rexburg, Idaho. I received tools and a necklace from the Daybell property. And I received known reference samples in this case for J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, Melanie Gibb, Richard Mao, and Dennis Trahan.
And did other individuals in your lab also perform work on this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 421. This is an Idaho State Lab report by Riley Nolan. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
It's by stipulation, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 421, having been offered without objection, is admitted.
Ms. Dace, can you just quickly review the first couple pages of that? And what is that?
This is a DNA report written by our laboratory,
Right. And who wrote that specific report?
Riley Nolan.
And are you familiar with Riley?
Yes, she is my supervisor and our laboratory manager.
Right. And do you know what the purpose of that report was?
This was parentage comparisons between samples from presumed to be J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan and Lori Vallow and J.J.'s father, Dennis Trahan.
And Your Honor, may I publish that for the jury?
Yes, you may.
I almost called you Ms. Nolan. Ms. Dace, can you explain to the jury the evidence description, the items that were being tested in this specific report?
There are molars presumed to be from Tylee Ryan. There's a reference sample from Lori Vallow, a reference sample from Dennis Trahan, and we previously obtained a DNA profile from a tooth presumed to be from J.J. Vallow.
Can you just read into the record the conclusions and interpretations of that report?
Yes. So based upon evaluation of the DNA profiles obtained from item 23 and 25, Lori Vallow cannot be excluded as being the biological mother of the deceased individual said to be Tylee Ryan. The single parentage index for the loci examined is 2,520,000,000. At least 99.9999, there's 4 nines, of the female population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the biological mother of Tylee Ryan.
So that's not language that most of us usually use, right? Can you explain to the jury what that conclusion and interpretation means?
So you get half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father. And so at every location, you are expected to share DNA from your parent to your child. And so this looks at the DNA between the presumed child and the parent and compares whether or not that person could be the parent of that individual. In this case, Lori Vallow is included as being the mother of the remains of Tylee Ryan.
And then if you could read the next paragraph and I'll turn the page.
The DNA profile obtained from item 32 is consistent with the profile previously obtained from item 21, an additional reference sample from Dennis Trahan.
And if you could read that top.
Based upon the evaluation of the DNA profile obtained from item 32, as well as the profile previously obtained from item 16.1, Dennis Trahan cannot be excluded as being the biological father of the deceased individual said to be Joshua J. Vallow. The single parentage index for the loci examined is 5,602,000. At least 99.9999 of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the biological father of Joshua J. Vallow.
And again, because that's not language most of us use, can you just briefly explain what that said for the jury?
It said that Dennis Trahan cannot be excluded as being the father of those remains. So he is included as being the biological father.
Thank you. So Ms. Dace, we had, before we went over that lab report, talked about some of the items you received in this case. Did you mention receiving bags?
Yes.
Let's talk about those. What kind of bags were they? What did they look like?
It was a white plastic, appeared to be a grocery bag from around the head, and there was tape on it. And then there were several black, what looked like black trash bags that were wrapped in tape that the body was wrapped in. However, those items, when we received them, had already been removed. So we received just the tape and the plastic separately.
From those bags, were you ever able to locate or generate a DNA profile from any material located on those bags?
So I did not do any DNA testing on the bags. I did do DNA testing on the tape. So I assisted Tara Martinez in collecting hairs and fibers from the tape. Most of the tape and plastic had decomposition fluid present. And so I tested those items for blood and they were positive. When examining the tape, I was looking for irregular edges that could indicate someone might have torn the tape with their teeth and left behind saliva. So I did solve a few of the tape ends. And then after latent print processing, I went back and swabbed areas of unidentifiable fingerprint ridge detail in an attempt to get a DNA profile.
Were you able to generate any profiles?
I obtained one DNA profile from the tape from JJ's hands, and it was consistent with him.
JJ. You said that some of the fluid tested positive for blood.
Yes.
Is that accurate? And where was that located specifically?
On all of the tape and the plastic.
And did you do any DNA testing on that blood?
No.
Why not?
It was presumed to be the victims. During decomposition, your body breaks down. And so decomposition fluid often has blood in it. And a lot of the tape still had lots of small hairs and apparent skin attached to it in addition to the blood. And all of that would be expected to be JJ's DNA.
Did you receive a chain and a pendant as part of the items that were brought to the lab?
I did.
Did you test those for the presence of blood?
I did. It was negative.
You mentioned some swabs from an apartment 175.
Yes.
Tell us what you did with those items.
There was a swab from a knife blade, and it was negative for blood. There was also a swab from a wall, and it was very weakly positive for blood. And that would have been consumptive to test for DNA, so we did not perform DNA analysis.
I want to talk to you about some of the tools you received. Do you recall in general which tools you received?
Yes, I received 18 tools from a garage barn on the Daybell property. They included a post hole digger, a garden hoe, shovels, a pickaxe, axes, shears, and hand saws.
Did you do any type of testing on any of those tools?
Yes, they were requested for blood and human remains. So I did find quite a few small stains on handles of many of the tools that did test positive for blood. They were very small and would have been consumptive to test. So I did not perform DNA testing on those. On 4 of the tools, I located what I thought could be human remains, and I collected that material. I photographed it, and then I performed DNA testing on a portion of it.
Um, so that was on 4 tools.
Yes,
Did you take pictures of those items as part of your report?
I did.
So tell us a little more about that process of when you bring in a tool or a sample, like what specifically are you looking for and how do you go about testing it?
So the first thing we do is we open the item and photograph it. I did collect hairs and fibers if I saw them. Some of the tools were quite dirty, so I needed to remove the dirt in order to see the surface of the item. And so I did that as well. I also removed some ashes from several of the items. And then I go about looking for stains that have the appearance of blood or could possibly be blood mixed with, say, dirt or ashes or something like that. And then I do presumptive blood testing to see if any of these items maybe should be for DNA.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness be handed States Exhibit 201A through 201R. The court and counsel have been provided a copy.
And on that exhibit, Mr. Wood, it appears that all of those letters are inclusive, A through R, correct?
So I'll double check.
Confirmed with my courtesy copies, just making sure none were removed out of the sequence.
That should be accurate, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dace, if you'll just take a second and review States Exhibit 201 A through R, and let me know when you've had a chance to look at it.
Okay,
Do you recognize States Exhibit 201 A through R?
I do.
What does that purport to be?
These are photos I took during my examination of the tools and of hairs and fibers collected from the tape.
And you said these are photos you took yourself.
Yes,
Now, some of these photos have markings on them. Are these markings that you placed on the photographs?
yes, or the item itself, depending on what it was.
And are those markings a part of your regular testing procedures?
Yes,
And are these pictures true and accurate copies of the photographs you took?
they are.
Your Honor, I'd ask that States Exhibit 201A through R be entered into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, exhibits 2201 A through R are all admitted.
Ms. Dace, if I ask about item 36.4, do you know which one that is?
It's a shovel.
And is that a number that your lab assigned to that tool?
Yes, item 36 was a collection of tools from the garage barn.
Can you tell, well, Your Honor, I'd ask that I be allowed to publish.
You may.
Is that item 36? Is that item 36.4?
Yes.
Okay. And it's kind of hard to see the writing on there. Tell us what you did with this shovel.
I examined it for blood and I swabbed all of the ends of the tools. I did not run them for DNA, but we did swab for preservation. So those dashed blue lines that you see indicate the sampling I took from there. And then I also collected some possible human remains from this item.
Can you tell us what we're seeing in States Exhibit 201B? Zoom out for you.
So the area on the right side of the photo was what I thought could be possible charred flesh. It's a little hard to see here, but it had a little bit more of a pinkish tan hue than the rest of the dirt and everything around it. So I collected that and then I took a photograph and I ran a portion of it for DNA.
And what does the jury see in States Exhibit 201C?
This is a close-up of that material that I collected. And then the blue box indicates the portion of it that I ran for DNA.
Were you able to generate a DNA profile from that material?
I was not.
Can you tell me about lab item 36.5?
I believe it's another shovel.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 201D. Do you recognize that image?
I do. I took that photograph.
Is that item 36.5?
Yes.
And what, did you do any type of testing on this item?
I did the same as with the other tools. I tested for blood and then examined the tool head for blood or human remains.
Was there any material that caught your attention?
There was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 201E. What does the jury see in this image?
Could you slide the photo up a little bit so you can
That-
see the labeling at the bottom? There we go. So this is again more material I collected from the shovel. It has a little bit different look than just dirt. It's more tan, and the pieces on the left are very, very small. But the material on the right was a little bit larger, and so I did collect both of them. And the one on the right was what I selected for DNA.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 201F. Do you recognize that image?
I do.
What is that?
That is a close-up photograph of that material on the right of the shovel, and the blue box on the left indicates the area that I ran for DNA.
And were you able to generate a profile?
I was not.
Your Honor, I talked with the court yesterday about bringing in items or states exhibits 172 and 173. I'd like to ask those be brought in now.
They're here.
Okay. Your Honor, is there a handheld microphone?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
Ms. Dace, if you could approach this table.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and I see you have your gloves on. Okay. Ms. Dace, the shovel that's present on that table, did that have an item number in your lab?
Yes, this was item 36.3.
Okay. What, when you got that shovel, 36.3, and that's States Exhibit 173. I'm just going to refer to it as the shovel, if that's all right with
Yeah.
you. Okay. When you got that shovel, what did you observe?
There were ashes present on it. It was also dirty. There's various staining on the shaft of the tool. And I did test them for blood, and on this item, they were all negative.
And did you observe anything in the blade area of that shovel?
I did.
What did you observe? And please feel free to show the jury where you observed it.
On the back of the shovel, there's a lip on the back edge, and there was some material adhered to the back of the lip that I thought could be human remains.
And can you just point to where you thought it was?
Right in the lip, right here.
And did you do any testing on that material?
I did. I performed DNA testing.
And if you want to go ahead and have a seat, and we'll have you come down again in a minute. And Your Honor, I'll continue publishing through the Elmo.
You may.
Do you recognize, I apologize, this is States Exhibit 201G. Do you recognize that item?
I do. It's a picture of that shovel.
The same shovel that we're looking at on this table?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 201H. Do you recognize that picture?
I do. It's a picture I took of that substance that's on the back lip of the shovel. It's circled. And then there's also some very small fragments near it that are pointed to. The one on the left, the larger piece, is what I ran for DNA.
I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. Is there a pointer up on that desk?
Yes.
Could you, I realize that it's kind of circled, but if you could just point out to the jury what you see.
Right there.
And you said you collected and tested that.
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 201I. Do you recognize this image?
Yes, that is a photo I took of that material once it was removed from the tool.
And it says it was taken with a stereoscope. What is a stereoscope?
A stereoscope is a type of microscope used to photograph images you can already see with the naked eye. It just gives you better resolution. This is not that photo. This is a photo just with my normal camera.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201J. And what is that?
This is the photograph under that stereoscope of the material, and the blue box on the left is the portion that I ran for DNA.
I'm sorry, I was a little distracted by the light shining off. Can you, what did you do with that?
The portion on the left, I ran for DNA.
And can you point out to the jury any other labels you have on that photograph?
Yes, on the right, you can see that there's some green material caught in this piece of material. And it was visible just on the right side. So I selected the left side for DNA.
Were you able to test that green material?
No,
Is that the type, does Idaho State Lab do that type of testing
We
in
do not.
Meridian?
No.
Were you able to, in regards to the left portion that you tested, were you able to obtain a DNA profile?
I was.
And how did you do that?
The DNA process starts by breaking open all the cells in the sample to release the DNA. And then I will determine how much DNA I have present in the sample. I will copy the specific locations we look at for forensic DNA testing. And then I will visualize that DNA profile, which looks like peaks on a graph.
And you were successfully able to generate that profile.
I was.
All right. Did you receive any known DNA profiles prior to your testing?
Yes, once we established the parentage for the tooth presumed to be from Tylee Ryan, we used her DNA profile as her reference sample.
And did you compare the DNA profile from this material with Tylee Ryan's sample?
I did.
What were the results of that testing?
The DNA profile from this item matched Tylee Ryan. It is at least 604 octillion times more likely to see this DNA profile if Tylee Ryan is the source than if an unrelated, randomly selected individual from the general population is the source.
Can you say that number one more time?
604 octillion.
How many zeros are in an octillion?
An octillion is 27 zeros.
Thank you. Ms. Dace, can you tell me about lab item 36.1?
It is a pickaxe.
Do you see that lab item in this room today?
I do.
Would you be willing to again approach this table?
Yes.
Can you tell can you hold up and identify that item for the jury?
Yes. The one side has labeling, and then one side has no stickers. I can't hear you. One side has labeling, and then the other side does not have any stickers.
Ms. Dace, what, if anything, did you do with this pickaxe? Again, it's States Exhibit 172, lab number 36.1, and for clarity's sake, I will just refer to it as a pickaxe. What did you do with this pickaxe when you received it into your lab?
I examined it for blood, and it did have some stains that tested positive for blood. I also examined the head of the tool, which was dirty, and I removed the dirt that was adhered to the surface. And underneath that dirt, I found what I thought could be ashes and human remains embedded in the eye of this pickaxe, which is right here. And I collected those, photographed them, and then I ran some of it for DNA.
So when you received that item, it didn't look the same way it does today, correct?
Correct.
And you kind of described it, but if you could just describe what it looked like when you received it.
All of these circles that you may see, I made those. So those were not there. And again, it was dirty. The blade had a fair amount of light brown dirt adhered. And so again, I had to remove it. I also ultimately swabbed the head of this item. So I have swabbed this whole area. So it's much less dirty than it was. There did appear to be some possible burn marks in the item as well, in addition to the burnt material that appeared to be inside the eye.
You can go back to the stand.
Just really quick, I did want to point out there are 2 stains here on the pickaxe, and I did ultimately run those for DNA as well.
Ms. Dace, I'm going to show you on the Elmo what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201K. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, that is the pickaxe we just looked at.
The same pickaxe that's on the table in the courtroom.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 201L. And if you can describe for the jury what you see in this picture.
So on the leftmost side of the photo, there's what appeared to be dirt. That was the top surface of what I was examining. And so I removed it and put it off to the side. And then in the middle, what you see is that darker material that was embedded around the eye. And I also collected that separately and took a photo of it. And then ultimately I went back through it looking for anything I thought I could run for DNA.
And were you able to find anything that you could run for DNA in that?
I was.
You to look at State's Exhibit 201M. You recognize that image?
I do.
What is that?
That is a photograph of some stains on the handle that tested positive for blood.
Were those the 2 you pointed out to the jury?
They were.
I'm going to go a little bit out of order. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's 201O. If you can tell the jury what you observed in this image and what you were doing.
So that is a photo of the tool once I removed that top layer of dirt, and I haven't removed the dark material from the eye. As you can see, it's all around the shaft, and it's a little hard to see because it's dark, but it's basically in between the metal and the shaft as well, and then it's adhered to the surface of it.
And now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201N. What is that?
That is a photograph of some of the larger pieces of material that I removed from that dark pile of debris from the eye.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201P. You recognize that picture?
I do.
And what does it represent?
It is a portion of what was in the previous photo. It was the largest piece of material I found.
What did you do with that?
The area in the blue box is the portion that I ran for DNA.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from that subject?
I did. I obtained a partial DNA profile.
And can you explain for the jury what a partial DNA profile is?
It means that at some of the locations we tested, we did not get results. That's very common in samples with a low level of DNA or samples that are degraded.
And when you say degraded, what could cause degradation?
Heat. So being subjected to a fire could cause that degradation.
And when you obtain a partial DNA profile, are you still able to do a comparative analysis against a known profile?
In this case, yes.
Is it accepted in the scientific community to do a comparative analysis with a partial profile?
Yes.
What were the, and in this case, did you do that comparative analysis?
I did.
What did you compare it against?
I compared it against the known reference samples I had in this case.
And can you just remind the jury what those known reference samples were?
At this time that I was doing this examination, I had a reference sample from J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Lori Vallow, and Chad Daybell.
And from your comparative analysis, did you come to any conclusions?
Yes, Tylee Ryan was a possible contributor to that partial DNA profile. It is at least 159 trillion times more likely to see this DNA profile if it originated from Tylee Ryan than if it originated from an unrelated, randomly selected individual from the general population.
And again, that's kind of, for lack of a better word, scientific speaking, just from a layman's perspective, how would you describe that?
So it means that all of the locations we tested where we had information, the peaks that were present were the same peaks that were present in Tylee Ryan's reference sample.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 201M. You mentioned, I believe, that you did some testing on those two spots.
Yes, I tested them together for DNA.
And did they initially test positive for blood?
They did.
And can you tell the jury how you, the process by which you performed your DNA testing on that blood, on those blood spots?
It was the same as what I explained previously. I would swab those stains, and then I would break open all of the cells, determine how much DNA is present, copy those locations that I test, and then visualize that DNA profile. And if I do get a DNA profile, I will ultimately make comparisons to reference samples in the case.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from those samples?
I was.
Did you perform a comparative analysis between that profile and any other known profiles?
Yes,
Were you able to reach a conclusion from that comparative analysis?
I was.
What was it?
This DNA profile also matched Tylee Ryan. And again, it is 604 octillion times more likely to see this DNA profile if Tylee Ryan is the source than if an unrelated, randomly selected individual from the general population is the source.
Ms. Dace, you spoke earlier about examining duct tape.
I did.
Is there a priority of different types of forensic testing for an item such as duct tape?
For this case, given the amount of blood and decomposition fluid and skin that was present on quite a bit of the tape, it was going to be difficult to find foreign DNA. And so we did collect hairs and fibers, but ultimately we gave the preference or the priority to latent prints that could better establish a direct connection between the tape and the person who handled it.
And you mentioned collecting hairs.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 201Q. I don't know if you'll be able to make out what's on there, but do you recall taking these pictures?
I do.
And I understand it's difficult to see after it's been photocopied, but what was this a picture of?
Each one of these adhesives contains one or more hairs and fibers that were collected from the tape pieces we examined.
And States Exhibit 201R. What do you observe there?
Those again are more hairs and fibers collected. If you can see the yellow circles on the yellow up at the top, those are indicating where those are.
And are these some of the hairs that were collected from the tape and plastic that was wrapped around JJ?
Yes.
Did you attempt to obtain DNA profiles from any hairs in this case?
Yes, we ran several hairs for DNA.
Were you able to generate any profiles?
No.
And so if you don't have a profile, you can't compare it to a known profile, correct?
Correct.
Are you, Ms. Dace, are you aware if any of the hairs collected were sent to private labs?
Yes, I believe some of them were.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 200. Court and counsel have courtesy copies, and I believe this will come in by way of stipulation.
Okay, exhibit 200's been offered. Is there any objection from the defense to admitting it?
There would be no objection.
All right, exhibit 200 is admitted.
Ms. Dace, if you can just briefly look at that. Are you familiar with that document?
I am.
What is it?
This is a report from Bodie Technology, which is a laboratory in Virginia.
And Your Honor, if I may publish that.
You may.
And are you aware of what items were sent to Bodie Laboratory?
As one of the hairs that I collected from the tape on the, what we called the body bag. So the tape and plastic that the whole body was wrapped in.
Now, to be clear, you did not perform this testing.
Correct.
Are you familiar with the type of testing that was performed and documented in this report?
Yes, the DNA typing technology is the same that I use.
And in Ms. Dace, understanding that this is not your report, but that this is an item stipulated to by the parties. If you could just briefly at the top up here describe the item numbers that were sent.
S25, which is a DNA extraction of the known reference sample of Lori Vallow. V23, which is the DNA extraction sample for Tylee Ryan. And item 46, which appears to be the reference DNA extraction of Melanie Gibb.
And I'm going to point your attention to here where it says STR processing results, conclusions, and statistics. Could you, and I will make that a little bigger for you. If you could just read that into the record.
DNA profiles were provided for the following samples: S25, Lori Vallow Daybell, V23, Tylee Ryan, and 46, Melanie Gibb.
And if you'd read the next couple paragraphs there.
The partial DNA profile obtained from sample CCB 2235-0241-E-01 is consistent with a female contributor, female 1. This partial DNA profile matches the DNA profile provided by Lori Vallow Daybell. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this partial DNA profile is at least 1 in 71 billion in the US population.
I'm not going to ask you to read the rest of that. So this was, to your knowledge, a hair collected from black bags wrapped around JJ Vallow?
Yes, it is given the item number 11.16.8B. That is the piece of tape labeled number 8 by our laboratory, and that was one of the hairs from that tape.
Okay, so from the tape on the black bags?
Yes,
Okay. And from your understanding of this report, they tested it against Tylee Ryan, Lori Vallow, and Melanie Gibb,
correct.
and it matched for Lori Vallow.
Yes, as a partial DNA profile.
And Your Honor, may I have a brief sidebar?
Yes.
Excuse me. Should have done that before I turned the mic on. Sorry. Dyslexia got me. Sorry. Oh, so I'm going to definitely be going back over this during the break. I'm going to probably try to see if I can look at a little bit of what Nate has said, because this is the kind of stuff that I have to look at his recaps or his updates for, because listening to it drones on, and then I lose focus and then have to refocus myself with reading. So are they going to start showing things again, or is this just chat about it? I don't know. Let's see what y'all are saying. Candy says, yes, it did. Ryan, who knows what they could have contributed to this world? They could have been awesome adults. That's a thought when you're watching these trials when it comes to the kids ones. How would they have been? Who would they have been? What would they have been if they had been allowed to grow up? I think that Tylee would have been an awesome caretaker teacher. The way the way the family said she took care of JJ, kind of mothered her. Here comes everyone back.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further questions.
All right. Once you're ready, counsel, cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I'm going to need Exhibit 35 and 36, which is Defense Exhibit 35 and 36.
Okay, we'll get those for you.
In addition, Judge, I'm going to move for Defense Exhibit 48, which represents the Bode Laboratory report. My understanding is this is being, there's a stipulation regarding the admission of Exhibit 48. It's been previously provided to the state.
Any objection on 48?
State doesn't have an objection to the Bode lab report coming in. I do believe we've already just admitted it though. So I don't know if we want two identical exhibits with different numbers.
Okay,
And I'll
we
just
do
leave that
have
to
the
the court.
Bode Technology Laboratory report, 3 pages, that's already states Exhibit 200.
Yes,
Is that the same thing as Exhibit 48?
from my understanding it is, unless it's,
Judge, my recollection was that it was a little longer than that. I'm going to need my computer, Judge. May I have permission to approach my desk over there?
Yes, and we'll also let you review Exhibit 200, because if they are exactly the same, then we don't need cumulative identical exhibits.
Judge, my review of my Exhibit 48 also includes some of the chain of custody information as well as a complete report, including all of the analysis. It appears to have about 180 pages.
Okay, if that's the case, then those would be different exhibits, so it wouldn't be cumulative. Mr. Wood, has the state been able to consider whether or not there's an objection to Exhibit 48?
Your Honor, there is no objection to that.
Okay, so defendant's Exhibit 48 is admitted.
Judge, could I have just a quick moment with Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Judge, in addition, defense has an Exhibit 49, which is an Astria report. That's entered by way of stipulation of the parties. It's the understanding that Ms. Dace is not going to be discussing the Astria report today.
Correct.
However, we are agreeing to enter that report with further discussion on that report potentially in the future.
And Your Honor, the state's position is we're not going to object today to that. However, at some point, if there is not someone qualified to speak to it, we would renew an objection.
Okay, at this point, although there's a stipulation, if this witness has nothing to say about the report and where it is a technical report, I'm going to deny admitting it at this time without prejudice to renew an offer to readmit it if someone's qualified to discuss what it means. So Exhibit 49 is not admitted at this time.
And Judge, may I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dace, can you tell me approximately how many tools you were provided to you in this case for your analysis?
I believe there were 18.
Okay. And did you test all 18 tools?
I did.
Okay. And you had mentioned something about the positive for blood. On how many of those tools did you obtain had a positive test for some sort of blood?
I would need to look at my report to be sure.
Do you have your report here today?
Yes.
May I, Judge, may I have Ms. Dace be provided to her report? And then Ms. Dace, I'm sure you're well aware, you review your report and when you're done, set it down and we
Sure.
can discuss that if that's okay.
Yes.
All right, you can review that to refresh your recollection. when testifying, don't read from it or read it into the record, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm finished. So of the first 10 tools that I looked at, all but one had small stains that tested positive for blood.
And were you able to determine whose blood were on all 10 of those? I'm sorry, how many?
9.
None.
Yeah.
Of the 10 you initially tested, the 9 were positive for blood. Did you do any follow-up to determine whose blood was on those 9 tools?
No, all of those stains were very small and they were consumptive for testing.
Okay. Now you mentioned that your occupation obviously is to do DNA analysis of things for the state police. Is that right?
Yes, our laboratory serves all Idaho law enforcement agencies and prosecutors' offices and public defenders' offices.
Okay. And can you talk to me a little bit about the manner in which DNA can be in terms of how DNA gets on various tools?
Well, there's more than one way. So obviously the most direct way is primary transfer, which is the blood or whatever we're looking for makes direct contact with that tool and leaves it behind. There's also what's called secondary transfer, which is if the blood was on something else and then it touched another object, it could potentially transfer. Dried staining is much harder to transfer, but when it comes to things like handler or touch DNA, that can be more common.
And that's not the only limitation on DNA. DNA can be placed on an item by way of something like sweat.
Oh, yes, yes. So there's different ways to leave DNA. Obviously, the major fluids are blood, semen, saliva. There's urine, hair, as we talked about, and then also what we would call wearer DNA or handler DNA. So I'm leaving behind DNA on my suit jacket right now from wearing it, from sweat and just skin cells, or the gloves I was wearing earlier, my DNA is likely now on the inside from wearing them.
So in any situation, such as the pen that I'm holding right now, when I set this down and someone were to take this, there's a strong likelihood that my DNA would be on this pen.
Yes, it's possible.
And that would be in the way of skin cells.
Yes,
It could be by way of perspiration.
correct.
It could be by way of just my breath, breathing, and please forgive me if I spit or if there's some sort of air fluid that comes out. My DNA could be found on that as well by way of me just simply breathing on this pen, correct?
Yes.
And the second set of tools, you said the first 10, then how many did you look at after that?
It would have been 8.
Okay, and on the 8 of those 8 remaining, we've already talked about the first 10 and the 9 of them had blood stains on them, right?
And potential blood stains.
Okay. And then of the remaining 8, how many of those had any indications of DNA on them?
None.
Okay. And on all of these 18 tools, did you examine all 18 tools?
I did.
Okay. On any of these 18 tools, well, let me preface it with this. Was it your understanding that these 18 tools came from the garage of Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And when did you get possession of these tools? On what day?
I would need to look at our laboratory report.
And Mr. Bailiff, I'm sorry, you're working overtime today.
The first 10 were obtained on July 30th.
And then the second 8,
Um,
second set of 8,
Yes.
excuse me.
sorry, let me- Those were also on July 30th.
Okay.
I did not examine all 18 at the same time, so I have a report with the first 10 and then a report with the second 8.
And the year that these were obtained would have been what?
2020.
Okay. And are you aware of the date of the allegations as to when JJ and Tylee were placed on Mr. Daybell's property?
I believe it was in 2019.
Would September of 2019 sound correctly?
Yes.
So the time between the allegations and the testing would have amounted to about how much time?
From September to July, so almost a year. 10 months.
10 months.
Yeah.
I had to count with my fingers. Probably both of us did.
Yes.
Okay. And in the interim between September and July, well, actually before September, we don't know who had contact with those tools, do we?
No,
We don't know how that DNA got on those tools, do we?
I do not.
What we know is that they were found in Mr. Daybell's garage, correct?
That's correct.
So the presumption is that at least in part, being on Mr. Daybell's property, they may have been the ownership of Mr. Daybell, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now on the 18 tools that you tested, how many of those had Mr. Daybell's DNA on them?
None of the stains or material I tested had Chad Daybell's DNA.
What about the handles of all of those tools? Did you find Mr. Daybell's DNA on any of the handles?
We did not swab the handles for DNA. We generally do not do that testing up front when the ownership of the item is not in question.
But there's no certainty as to who handled those tools, is that right?
No, and if they had been owned at the property for years prior to the crime, you would expect to find any of the family members' DNA on there through non-criminal means, such as buying the shovel, using the shovel in a different day, things like that.
So in fact, if someone had owned those tools for some time, it would be your expectation that at least somewhere on the tools, you would have found Mr. Daybell's DNA. Would that be fair?
Yeah, yes, it's fair.
And it doesn't necessarily mean the handle, the base or the shaft of the, you tested the shafts of these, obviously, correct?
I did not run those samples for DNA. I simply swabbed them for preservation.
Okay. And when you did that, at no time on the shafts of these handles or even on the blades of these handles, did you ever find any of Mr. Daybell's DNA? Is that correct?
I did not run those samples for DNA, but nothing I did run for DNA had Chad Daybell's DNA on it.
The necklace that was found on the property, did you find any latent fingerprints or any DNA of anyone on that?
I did not do latent print analysis. That is not my specialty. And I did find some possible material on the necklace that I could have run for DNA. However, it's consumptive. So I did not get a request to consume it.
And Judge, I previously admitted Defense Exhibit 35. Could I have permission
Use
to
the
publish?
microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
I previously submitted Defense Exhibit 35. Could I have permission to publish?
Yes.
Ms. Dace, I don't know if you can see that or not.
Yes.
Do you recognize any of those tools?
They do appear to be some of the tools that I received.
Could you reference which subpart of that is? It is, Mr. Pryor, for the record.
I believe that's 35F, Judge.
Thank you.
And Judge, if we could turn off the HDMI for just a moment, please.
Okay. Stop the publication. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Judge, again, if we could publish again, please.
Yes, you can publish, and if it's different than 35F, explain what it is, please.
And again, do you recognize any of these tools as well?
Yes, some of them appear to be the tools that I received.
Now, I zoomed in under the black shovel and the rake at the handle of the long black shovel. You see that?
The snow shovel?
Under the snow shovel and the hard rake, there is a gray handled or a brown wood handled shovel. There's a shovel with black, which is black on it, and then the yellow one, and the one in between the yellow and the brown handled shovel. Do you see that one?
Yes, I do.
Can you take a close look at that shovel for me?
I believe it is one of the tools that I received.
Okay, and then down at the bottom of the black, I'm detecting a certain substance on that. Do you see that, or some sort of different coloring? Do you see that?
The off-white type staining?
The off-white texture on the black handle. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Judge, we can,
Which is that, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, this is 35 35I, Judge.
All right, thank you.
And Judge, can we stop publication at this point?
Yes.
Judge, could I have the State's Exhibit 201A?
Okay. Exhibit 201A is being given to you, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. We could use the Elmo, Judge. Now, Ms. Dace, I can't zero in. That looks like the same shovel we talked about with the previous picture that had the white markings on them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did any time when you obtained this picture, did you observe those same white markings on the bottom of this shovel?
I do not recall.
Okay.
I do take photos of the items, but I can't be sure if they're there and it's hard to see in the lighting or not.
Okay, okay. But at no time you would remove any observable or debris on any item like that, would you?
I mean, I did for all of these tools, remove some trace evidence like hairs and fibers. There were some cobwebs on some of the items. And I did on the tools heads, remove dirt and potential ashes that were present so that I could better visualize and swab the surfaces. All of that was retained though.
Okay, but you didn't on the actual black part of the handle of this item, you didn't wipe this down or remove any debris. That wouldn't be something you would do, correct?
I wouldn't wipe it down. I do believe on a few of the tools, I collected some fragments from the handles, but I did not swab the handles.
Okay, and this is a true and accurate a picture of the shovel that you received at the time for your testing. Would that be fair?
That is one of my pictures. I can't be sure if that's the exact picture when I opened it, or if this is the one I took later to document my swabbing and analysis.
But it would be fair to say that that picture, you other than taking the samples off of the blade of the shovel and maybe on the lower handle, it is not changed in appearance from when you first received the shovel. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Judge, I'm done. When you were conducting your investigation of the plastic and the tape, you talked about some DNA that was found on a piece of tape. Is that right?
Yes,
And whose DNA was that?
it was JJ Vallow's.
Okay. And then other DNA was found on some of the plastic. Is that what you?
No, that was the only sample from the plastic or tape that I obtained a DNA profile from.
And then the hair samples came from where?
The tape that was on that plastic.
So those hair samples weren't just floating freely, they were attached to the actual tape.
Correct.
So at some point, do I understand that the hair samples were, and this is not a technical term, please forgive me. The sticky side of the tape, is that where the hair samples were found?
Yes, the adhesive side of the tape.
The adhesive side. Thank you for the word. The adhesive side of the tape is where these were found. Is that right?
Correct.
So the suggestion would be that however the hairs got on that, and we don't know that how, right?
Correct.
At least the adhesive side was in a position where the hairs could come in contact with the adhesive and stick to the adhesive. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And again, how many hair samples did you gather?
I am not sure. There are a lot.
Okay. Would you need to be able to refresh your recollection with your notes?
I do have all of the hairs itemized. However, some of those adhesives have multiple hairs on them. So it would take a little bit of time to count them all.
Okay.
But I know that I had adhesives going from A to Z, so 26, and then an AA and a BB. So there were 28 adhesives, and then there were one or more hairs on each one of those.
So multiple hairs.
Yes, multiple hairs and fibers, and multiple hairs that we determined could be possibly tested for DNA.
And those hairs were located at different times as part of this investigation. Would that be fair?
Yes, the majority of the hairs that were collected initially prior to latent print processing to protect them from what was the initial latent print processing. And then when I went back and swabbed the unidentifiable fingerprint reach detail on the tape, I did locate a few more that I collected separately.
And do you recall approximate dates as to when the first set of hairs were found and then the second set of hairs were found?
I would need to look at my reports.
Could we provide that, Mr. Bailiff? Would you mind, please? Judge, in the interest of time, I don't know if the court has an interest in taking a break and allowing her to look at that so that we could accomplish that at the same time. I'll obviously defer to the state's position in the court.
Yeah, I think it's a logical time to take a mid-morning recess. So we'll go ahead and do that at this time. We'll come back on at 10:25. So we'll take a 20-minute break and come back then. Thank you.
All right, please.
All right, break time. Time for me to go through what the crud just was talked about, because you know how I am about this testimony that is a lot of thinking. So I'm trying to decide, did they link? Like, okay, so the only that I heard, the only DNA they found was JJ's on the tape, but they did find hair. So I need to go back and kind of get an idea. Let me hold on a second. Let me stick this down here so I'm not looking at the sky. All right. I'm taking a look at the update page just to get an idea. Oh, so this is the witness, Catherine Dace. She's the forensic biologist, and she did the DNA testing on Come on, computer. Hold on a second. Oh, there it is. My computer it blinked at me. Okay, so she did the DNA testing. She did a lot of explaining about different profiles and what generates a DNA profile. She received the autopsy samples from JJ, which was the tape around his hands, ankles, mouth, along with the tape and plastic from around his head and body. She also received 2 swabs from an apartment in Rexburg and tools and a necklace from the Daybell property. Tools. Okay. So that's the tools probably that the picture that Pryor had that he kept pointing to when he kept saying, what's that on the handle? What's that on the handle? Remember all that? I would assume it would be that tool. She received samples from JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, Melanie Gibb, and others. So she did receive stuff from, so then Melanie Gibb did send samples at some point. I thought she said she didn't. I thought they'd requested it, but she didn't. But was it her hair that she sent? Because that would be part of the hair. I'm trying to figure out where this hair sample stuff fits in, because I did talk about that yesterday. So then they got the report about Tylee Ryan. Shows so the first page of Tylee Ryan's shows the molars from Tylee were tested. A reference sample from Lori Vallow and Dennis Trahan, whatever, JJ's biological father. There was also a reference profile from JJ Vallow. So they're trying, I know that the teeth thing, that I can connect with the tape, because they're trying to figure out, was the tape torn? Was it bitten? Could there be DNA samples, which we know that they tested for that. So then they received tape and plastic wrapped around JJ's body is what they received. No DNA testing was done on the bag, but testing was done on the tape. When examining the tape, she saw she was looking for irregular edges. This is a part where that would indicate someone may have torn the tape with their teeth and left behind saliva. Dace also swabbed areas of unidentifiable fingerprints. There was blood on all the tape and plastic. DNA testing was not done as it was presumed to be JJ's. A lot of the tape had small hairs and skin attached to it. A swab from a knife blade in the Rexburg apartment was negative for blood. There was a swab from the wall with a small amount of blood, but DNA analysis was not performed. Dace received 18 tools from the garage barn on Daybell's property. So that's probably why Pryor kept pointing to that, because I still think that Pryor is still trying to link those tools and what was on the tools to Alex, not Chad. Away from Chad, but put it on Alex. So those tools come up in play again. Dace found areas of handles on the shovels with small amounts of blood. On 4 of the tools, she found matter that could have been human DNA. She photographed the tools and tested them. She collected hairs and fiber if she saw them. Some of the tools were quite dirty, so she needed to remove the dirt and ash. There was photos admitted that Dace took of the tools along with hairs and fibers on the tape. The first photo is of a shovel. So remember, is that the shovel that Pryor was trying to show and really when they had them all laid out? Probably, right? Dace examined it for blood and swabbed it. She collected some possible human remains from the shovel too. The next picture shows possible charred flesh that Dace collected and photographed. She ran a portion of it for DNA. The next picture is a close-up of what she collected and ran for DNA. She was not able to generate a DNA profile from the material. Then they showed a photo of another shovel. Dace tested it for blood and examined the tool head for blood of human remains. Another photo is material she collected from the shovel. The material on the left was very, very small, but there was more on the right that was selected for DNA. More pictures are shown of a close-up of what was on the right of the shovel. Wood asks to be brought out asks that the shovels be brought out for the jury to see, and then they presented them to the jury. Dace takes a handheld microphone and approaches the table wearing black rubber gloves. Wood refers to a shovel on the table. Dace points out it was very dirty, and she observed a lip on the back edge of the shovel that she believed was human remains. Dace performed DNA testing on the material. And then the shovel is then put on the screen. She confirms it's the same shovel that is on the table. Another photo shows a close-up of the substance that was on the back lip of the shovel. And then some more pictures were shown of photos of DNA with a stereoscope, a special type of microscope. Oh, okay. Wood shows another photo. Dace says a green substance was found on part of the shovel. She was able to obtain a DNA profile on the spot. The DNA profile matched Tylee Ryan. So we have DNA on, so Ryan's DNA is on the shovel. Okay. So yes, the DNA is hers. Dace leaves the stand again and goes to the table to retrieve the pickaxe. There was blood on the axe and it was dirty. So this is saying, okay, we can get an idea of what this is saying. She removed the dirt and found ashes and human remains embedded in the eye of the pickaxe. She collected it, photographed, and ran the samples for DNA. So the circles were made around the pickaxe and swabbed the head of the tool. There did, quote, there did appear to be some possible burn marks in the item, as well as in addition to the burn material that was in the eye. There was also 2 stains on the pickaxe that she did run for DNA. More pickaxe pictures were shown. Close-up of the pickaxe blade. Dace found material she could run for DNA. Wood shows a close-up of the stains on the handle on the pickaxe that tested positive for blood. So this is exactly what was going on with those tools. So Pryor was already in the process early on with those pictures. As soon as they brought them out and talked about, or spoke about them, what he was trying to already point out what was on there. And at the time, the person who he was doing the questioning was unable to say what he saw or what was it. I don't believe he knew what that person knew, because they weren't the ones that ran this stuff. They just collected the articles. They are not there to say what's on it. This is the job of the forensic people like this Catherine Dace. It's her job to say what that is on that handle, but we're linking it with the pictures that Pryor first showed. So then we move on to 2 spots of the pickaxe handle tested positive for blood. Dace performed DNA testing on the blood. She was able to obtain a profile. The profile matched Tylee Ryan. So now we have linked that those tools were used on Tylee. Whew. Hairs and fibers were collected. Wood shows an image showing 3 yellow sticky notes. Each one of the sticky notes contain hairs or fiber that were collected. These hairs were collected from tape and plastic wrapped around JJ. Several hairs were tested for DNA. No profiles were able to be generated. Most likely, the reason that they cannot generate, I don't know if she said this, but most likely those hairs didn't have the follicle where they can get the DNA from the end of it. I believe that if they don't have the part that was in under the skin and in the skin, they're unable to get a DNA profile because there was no. That's what I think from past trials and stuff, and knowing about how from hair how you get DNA is from the part that's pulled out. And if you pull hair out, it has a root to it, or part of the from being inside the skin. I'm trying to say it as best I can, but I'm assuming that's why. That means that there was no end on it then, or maybe there weren't enough. Maybe they have to have a certain amount. I need to look up how they get DNA from hair follicles. Some of the hairs collected were sent to private labs, including Bode Technology in Virginia. Wood moves to admit and report. Okay, so what does Bode have to say? The report says DNA profiles were provided by Ty Ryan, Lori Vallow, and Melanie Gibb. The partial DNA profile on hair obtained from tape on the back bags matched Lori Vallow. Well, I mean, if you think about it, if these bags were taken from where she was, she most likely at some point touched those bags. So that's something to also keep in mind. But we know that Pryor is trying to link this to Lori and Alex. So the probability it was Lori is in 1 to 71 billion. Wood asks for a brief sidebar. And let me see if I need to refresh to see if I can get more. Hold on. Refresh. Come on. Let's see. Let me go back out and see if I can come back in and refresh to get more, because I forgot to refresh when I opened this to read it. Okay. Sometimes these things don't like to update as well as I would like. Oh, there's more. Okay. So 9:35. There it is. All right. So then there was a sidebar. And then Wood ended after that. So he moved on, and then cross-examination. Pryor asks Dace how many tools were provided to her. There were 18. She tested all of them. Pryor asks how many tools tested positive for blood. She needs to review her notes and respond. And then responds that out of the first 10 tools she looked at, 9 were positive for blood. Dace was unable to test all the blood because the spots were very small and would have been consumed. Pryor asks how she collects DNA. Dace says there are different ways to test. Blood, semen, saliva, sweat, skin cells, in gloves, on clothing, etc. Pryor says if he sets down his pen, he could leave DNA on it by sweat, skin cells, saliva, etc. Dace says yes. She found potential blood on 9 of the 10 tools. The remaining 8 tools had no blood or DNA. All the tools were obtained by the lab on July 30th, 2020. JJ and Tylee were buried in September 2019, 10 months earlier. Pryor asks if we know who had contact with the tools in the 10 months. Dace says we don't. Dace says none of the stains or materials tested had Chad's DNA on it. The handles of the tools were not swabbed for DNA. Dace says if they had been at the property for years, you would expect to find the owner's DNA on it. So does that mean they were brought to the property and were not part of the property until this happened? Pryor asked if there was a DNA on the necklace found on the property. She found some possible material that could have run for DNA, but it was consumptive. That's a term that I want to look up real quick. Hold on. Define. So consumptive DNA refers to the process of consuming part or all of the submitted evidence sample to obtain enough DNA for testing. So DNA testing involves the consumption of a part of the whole of evidence submitted in order to obtain the necessary amount. So that means that there needed to, okay, so amount of DNA needed to determine a DNA profile. Samples that are of limited size or amount that are submitted for DNA analysis may be completely consumed in the testing process. So what, okay, let me see if she explains what that is. Prior shows a photo, nope. So consumptive means that it was all consumed and there wasn't enough to come up with a profile. Does that sound like, let me know in the chat. Once I get to the chat, I'll see if that's what you guys get from that. If you don't, let me know what you get from it. Prior shows a photo of the tools in Chad's shed. Dace recognizes them. Another photo is shown. She said some of them appear to be tools she received. Okay. Again, Prior zoomed in on the long shovel and asked Dace to closely look at it. Remember, he did this before with the other person. With the person who actually collected all this stuff. She believes it is one of the tools she received. He points out an off-white. Remember, this is also the stuff that that he mentioned before. He tried to get him to say, what is that? What is that? So here we are back with this again, trying to figure out what that off-white substance on the handle is. Prior shows the photo from earlier that shows the same shovel. He asks if she removes things from the tools. Dace says she swabs and collects items from handles and other parts of the tools. I need to take that out. It's driving me crazy. Sorry. Prior asks about the investigation of the plastic and the tape. Prior asks whose DNA was found on the tape. She says J.J. Vallow's. That was, let me make sure I can see that. Yes. Okay. That was the only DNA samples she obtained. The hair samples came from the adhesive side of the tape on the plastic. Dace says she collected a lot of hair samples. Dace says the majority of the hairs were collected before latent print processing. When she went back and swabbed the unidentifiable prints on the tape, she found more hair. And that's where we end. So let me get back and see what y'all are saying in the chat with what I just read. I need to put, hold on. I need to put that back up there. All right. Let's see. Let me read back, see what y'all are saying. So I'll go from here. So Toby left. Bye, Toby. We missed you. Toby has to be productive. Oh, so Wendy says, in Lori's trial, per Google, Lori's hair was found on tape. And I think if that tape came from her place, that is, that's a possibility that anyone in that area or whatever, because stuff floats in the air and then you got adhesive stuff. If she comes anywhere near it and she sloughs off hair or skin cells or whatever, the tape may attract that. So just because of that, they keep that in the back of their mind when they're going over all of this evidence and trying to link who could have been in contact with it. They think, well, it's in the house, so we kind of think, we got to keep that in mind. I think from the years of doing this and listening, that just because somebody's hair is on something or whatever doesn't necessarily mean that they are directly linked to that thing that has happened. But that is what defense is trying to do. Remember, they're trying to put those in the minds of the jury. Hey, there's hair on that tape. It was Lori's. Think about that. Keep that in your mind. So, that whole mitigator factor thingy. So let's see. And Christy says, oh my, the JJ stuff is just horrible, Tylee as well, but it always puts me so emotional. It does. The two ways that both of this was handled, there's more of there's more of JJ. There's fragments of Tylee, and it means there's less that they are able to do because there's not enough to determine or to whatever. They had to come up with this is what we do. We do say that that she was unalived, but we can't say how. And so because there's more of JJ, there's more focus put on that, not to say that JJ is more, important in any way in all of this, but it's just because there's more to test. And that's why I wanted to say in my recap that this in no way takes away from anything that happened or that Tylee went through. It's just that there's going to be more on JJ. So, okay, over explaining. Addi overdue. Sorry about that. It's a lot. See, this is why I like the forensics part of it. It helps me get through the hard part of the knowledge of what happened. Christy says, Dana, I don't think so. I've never heard that mentioned. Let me see. Dana, what did Dana say? I got to go back up here. Oh, that was something that was not related to this. Sorry about that. Sorry, Christy. I'm so sorry that you're in pain. I'm sorry, Dana. Pain is no fun. And right here, Linda, yes. Cannot fathom what the children went through at the time, both of them suffering. Yes. Yes. Again, so both, yes. There's no diminishing pain of either one of them. And I think that Tylee's is calling out in the tools. What we're seeing in the tool forensics and stuff is pointing to what took place with her. Let's see. See, Wendy says, Chad doesn't seem like a tool guy to me. I doubt he's worked a hard day in his life. He probably, hold on one second. Sorry about that. Tried to keep you from hearing me hack. All right. This time of year, and you know how that is. Chad, let's see. Chad doesn't like, yes. I don't think he's a gardener. He probably made Tammy do all of the yard work. I'm going to cough again. I got the Nate cough. Somebody asked Nate if he had, Ovid K. And he didn't answer, but I wondered, he's got that cough, but it's all seasonal. So I hope he's okay. Getting going. He went on a vacation and then probably picked up something. Every time he coughs, I'm like, oh, I cough because he coughs. He makes me, it's like a yawn. I hear somebody yawn, I yawn. So you said it means there wasn't enough sample of it. I think you were responding to what I was saying, maybe? Is that what that was? Yes, praying for your daughter, Christy. Big smooches. Not to, I can't, the problem is I can't see them when they're over on this side. I'm blind. I have to have them up on the screen. And then it's like, uh-oh. Sorry. Here we go. I gotta stop. Okay, moving on. Sorry. My hair is everywhere. So is mine. We have 3 people in this house who have long hair, and we are, you know, it gets everywhere and we keep up with it. It's a lot. My poor husband. I remember growing up, my mom was always finding hair in the butter. That's gross, but it is a thing. I mean, it's like when I'm doing my crochet and knitting and stuff, my hair is interwoven in the stuff I'm making because, you know, my hair is long. So I have to either, if I don't move it out of the way, it may get tangled up in what I'm in my in the thing I'm doing. So they should be back hopefully soon. Let me see. So they select a sample, soak in sterile water, and replicate the sample like 10 times and run testing. This is awesome. This is why I love this. I like that you guys put this stuff in the chat so then we can see it. Consumptive usually happens in the soak process. So there isn't enough to replicate or save some sample. Aha. Okay. That makes sense, especially as we age and after having kids. Yes. Hair loss. My hair loss is because I had, you know, I take vitamins to help keep my hair. Otherwise, if I don't, yeah. So for defense testing, oh, okay. So both sides then have their own testing done. Aha. And there we go again. Sorry, I did it again. Here, let me see. Okay. Chad is a professional grave digger. That's right. Dang it. I forgot. So, okay, fine. I forgot. Yep. What do they call that again? A sexton?
All rise.
Oh, I hear him.
Report together, session.
Thank you. Please be seated. Have the jurors brought in, please. Yes.
I can't gift wrap a Christmas present without getting Dobby hair in the Scotch tape. So that actually helped what you looked up, Stephanie. Thank you for that.
All right, please.
All rise. There are quite a few people. Right.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with cross, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell after the mid-morning break, and you may continue with your cross.
And Judge, can I have the last question read back to me, please?
Approximate date tested. The first set of hairs went down, and then the second set of hairs went down.
Thank you.
The initial hair collection was done in June of 2020. And then the second round of hair collection was done in December of 2022. And I also wanted to clarify one thing. When I said that there were 28 adhesives collected, that was actually just off one piece of tape. So there were actually quite a few more. There were an additional 14 collections done on that item.
Okay. And let's start with the one piece of tape and you said the one piece of tape had how many pieces of hair?
28 collections, and some of those had more than one. That does include both hairs and fibers.
Are you in a position to testify today about whose hairs those were?
No.
Okay. That was sent off to another lab, is that right?
With the exception of the Bodie hair that we talked about earlier, the rest were done at a different laboratory.
And in regards to the Bodie hair and the other hairs, think you said like 14 other hairs? On the
There
t-
were 15 total collections of hairs, and then each collection had one or more hairs and fibers inside.
Okay. And in relation to the hair of Lori Vallow, were there other hairs in close proximity to that hair on the tape?
I believe that that collection had multiple hairs.
Okay.
Yes.
And I talked about this a little bit before, but that the adhesive side, and thank you, the adhesive side is how you noted those hairs. So the adhesive side was pulled out and you found the hairs on the adhesive side, correct?
Correct.
And the presumption is that at some point the adhesive side was down as part of the wrapping around JJ, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then you mentioned the second set of hairs, and those were in December of 2022.
Yes, that was after the tape had been processed for latent prints, and I was swabbing that unidentifiable ridge detail. There were just a few more that I found still embedded in the tape.
And when you say a few more, how many are we talking about?
I would need to refer to my notes,
Okay.
less than 20.
Okay. And at some point, is it your understanding, caught myself, is it your understanding that it's possible to obtain DNA from hair samples?
Correct. For the type of testing that I do, we need a root present. That is where the nuclear DNA is present. There are other types of testing that can be done on hairs without roots.
Right. So in essence, what I understand I'm hearing is that DNA can be pulled and derived from hair samples, correct?
It can be. It's somewhat hit or miss.
Okay. And but as far as the latent prints, did you do DNA testing on those latent prints as well?
I did. And again, only one of those had a DNA profile, and that was consistent with JJ Vallow.
Okay.
And that was from the tape from his hands.
Okay. Now you talked about originally, you spoke of the various ways that DNA can be found on some of these tools, correct?
Yes.
And it could be done by way of sweat.
For handler DNA or just touch DNA, yes.
Okay. And then as far as breathing on something, if there was spit or moisture or even the breath can leave a sample of DNA, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, if the person actually touches it with their hand, there could be particles from the hand that would leave it as well, correct?
Yes, skin cells could be left behind on that item.
Okay. And your testimony was that it was your belief that because these tools were in Chad Daybell's garage, that you would expect to find Mr. Daybell's DNA on them, correct?
That's very reasonable, yes.
Okay. Now, your investigation was targeted at that point to assume that you weren't going to test those handles, or at least the handle portions, because you would have already assumed that Mr. Daybell was on there. Is that correct?
Well, when they were requested for blood and human remains. In order to swab them, that would have been consumptive. And on at least one of the tools, there was also the possibility of getting latent prints. So you would want to make that decision before we just went ahead and swabbed it if you had wanted it, or if anyone had wanted a different testing
And
method.
at no point, nobody requested that they wanted that, correct? Did they request, and the request would have come from the police to you, is that right?
Yes, or the court.
Law enforcement,
Yes.
okay. Or the prosecuting attorney
Yes, or by court order.
by court order, okay. And in this situation, who was the one who provided you with the request to do this testing?
This would have been the police department investigating.
Okay. And at some point, you determined you weren't going to go further with DNA testing of the entire tools for Chad Daybell. Did you happen to get a request to test any and all of the tools for the possible DNA of Alex Cox?
That would have again fallen under the same swabbing of the handles.
What does that mean?
So as I mentioned, we did not receive a request for that. And then on at least one or more of the tools, you would have had to make a decision whether or not you wanted handler DNA or potential latent prints because they would be looking at the same area.
But don't I understand that you didn't look for any DNA on the handles, isn't that correct?
Correct. Again, swabbing it on an item that maybe could have latents would destroy the latent print. So we were under some guidelines not to consume evidence during portions of the investigation. And so that decision was made not to potentially damage evidence.
And you're not aware, it's not your department to determine whether there were latent prints on the handles of these tools, right?
No.
That's a different department.
Correct.
So on one hand, your department looks for DNA, the other department looks for latent prints.
Yes, and we do work in concert, but there are some times, especially handles of items, where you might have to just choose one or the other.
But you chose neither on the handles with the DNA or the latent prints, right?
Correct.
And that goes for Alex Cox, correct?
Correct.
What about Melanie Gibb? Did you get any kind of authorization to test for either latent prints or DNA for Melanie Gibb on any of the tools?
No.
What about David Warwick? Did you test for latent prints or DNA on any of the tools for David Warwick?
No.
What about for Lori Vallow? Did you test for DNA or latent prints on any of the handles of the tools for Lori Vallow?
No, if I had swabbed them, everyone that I had a reference sample would have been compared to those samples, but we did not swab them.
And you weren't asked to do that, is that right?
Correct.
Now, I want to touch a little bit about soil and DNA. And you're smiling. Do you know where I'm going?
No.
Okay. That's why you're smiling. Okay. Well, isn't it true that in a situation where there's a body put in the ground, that the DNA can filter into the surrounding soil?
I suppose so, in the form of decomposition and the fluids that are released.
Okay. And if someone were to shovel around the soil, if there's decomposition or if there's any other particles and they have contact with those, that could be a source of DNA on any of the shovels, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. Can you tell me the date and time that the DNA and latent prints that you found were placed on those, or were found, or strike that, Judge, I apologize. Give me a moment. Can you tell me, I want to make sure, the date and time that the DNA came to be put on those tools?
I cannot.
Okay. Can you tell me the date and time when any latent prints would be put on those tools?
I cannot.
You can't ascertain when the DNA was on there. The only thing you're doing today is determining that there was DNA.
Correct.
And if I understand correctly, there's no DNA of any kind that you are responsible for of Chad Daybell. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the DNA that you found on the tools had the DNA of Tylee.
It did.
Okay. And you didn't check for Alex Cox, correct?
No, the only samples I ran were, again, blood or potential human remains.
And you didn't check for Melanie Gibb, right?
No.
And you were testing DNA in general on these tools. It wasn't that well, were you targeting it for just Tylee when you did your evaluation?
No, it's compared to all the reference samples that we had at that time.
So in other words, if whoever provides you with the reference samples, you use their reference samples and are limited to that target group of reference samples when you make your decision. Is that right?
For this case, yes.
Okay. Okay. And as far as other DNA found in the way of a hair sample, Lori Vallow was the only other identification that you made at this point, correct?
That identification was made by Bodie Labs.
Okay. And then the additional hairs that were sent off, that's for a future time potentially, correct?
I did not send those out. I simply collected them and then they were ultimately returned to the agency.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, Judge, I don't think I have anything else.
All right, that'll conclude cross-examination then. Redirect.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Dace, in some of the questions you just answered, you mentioned consumptive testing.
Yes.
What does it mean when you say consumptive testing?
It means that in order to obtain a DNA profile, we would need to use the entire sample. So on a very small blood stain or the root of a hair, you would only get one try at it.
Is it fair to say that one of your guidelines is you generally try to preserve evidence as much as possible?
That's leading.
Overruled.
Yes, it is our policy to receive permission to consume evidence in cases.
And you were asked about the amount of DNA testing you do, or you did in this case. Have you ever been on a case where you tested every single possible DNA sample?
In general, on a big case, no. I mean, there's sometimes where there's only one in a small case, but in a large case, no. It is our policy that we test to answer questions and then do our best not to overly consume evidence, just to test more of the same thing.
And you were asked about testing against Melanie Gibb. You did see that Bodie lab report, correct?
I did.
And was Melanie Gibb one of the test subjects in that?
She was.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Judge, I'd like some follow-up based on the,
Your Honor, I didn't go anywhere that he didn't go and cross.
Yeah, I agree. There's no recross on that narrow redirect, so that'll conclude the testimony of Ms. Dace. Is the state intending to keep her under subpoena or recall her?
Your Honor, at this point, the state would probably keep Miss Dace under subpoena.
Okay, so Ms. Dace, there is an exclusionary order, meaning witnesses shouldn't be watching or viewing in any way the testimony given in trial. So because you still may be recalled, I'll admonish you not to watch the proceedings since they are available to watch where the trial is being streamed online. If you are released from your subpoena, you'll be contacted by the state or the court to advise you of that, and then that order would be lifted. So thank you for coming in and testifying. That will conclude your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
All right, if the state would like to call its next witness, you may.
It would call Colin Nesbitt, Your Honor.
okay, yeah.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, I will inquire, have you had any, have you reviewed at all any of the trial testimony by watching the trial online or any observation here in court?
I have not, sir.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given during this trial?
No, I haven't.
All right, thank you for answering those questions. Ms. Beatty, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you please state your full name and spell your last name?
Colin Drew Nesbitt, Nesbitt.
And where do you work, sir?
The Kauai Police Department in the state of Hawaii.
How long have you worked with the Kauai Police Department?
A little more than 17 years.
And have you been in law enforcement for 17 years, or did you work in a law enforcement position prior to that?
No, that's it.
What exactly is your job title at the Kauai Police Department?
I'm currently a sergeant assigned to the Patrol Services Bureau.
All right. And prior to being a sergeant for patrol services, what was your title?
I was a detective.
Were you a detective for the Kauai Police Department in 2020?
Yes, I was.
What type of training and experience did you have to assist you in your duties as a detective?
I've had roughly 790 hours of basic academy training. And then I've had about 500 additional hours in major crimes.
And what exactly were your job duties as a detective in 2020?
I was assigned to the major crimes unit, so we handled death investigations, sex assaults, and violent crimes.
On January of 25th of 2020, did you have occasion to come into contact with two individuals named Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Why did you come into contact with those two individuals on January 25th of 2020?
We were assisting Rexburg Police Department with serving a legal document for Order of Protection Act.
Can you describe what that legal document, the significance of that legal document? What was that legal document?
It was ordering Lori Vallow to bring the JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan back to the Department of Health in Idaho.
And you made contact with Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that day?
Yes, I did.
Where was this contact?
It was at 4141 Queen Emma Street in Princeville, Hawaii, and they were in the swimming pool area. It's a condo complex.
Okay. And approximately what time was this?
It was served at 2:39 p.m.
And when these papers were served, who was with you?
Detective Chad Cataluna and Lieutenant Christopher Collier.
And did somebody record the interaction that you had with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Christopher Collier.
May I have the witness handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 205? I also have a courtesy copy for the court, and I previously provided a copy to defense counsel yesterday. And the one with the initials goes to the witness.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Sir, what is that?
USB drive.
All right. And do you know what is on that USB drive?
Yes, I do.
What is on that USB?
Yes, I do. Sorry.
What is on that USB drive?
Be a video of serving the legal document that we just spoke about.
And how do you know that?
It has my initials and the date on it.
Okay. And if I could be handled that exhibit? Your Honor, the state would move for admission of Exhibit 205.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 205 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if I may publish.
Yes.
Hi. Come on. Are you standing, Lord? Ms. Vallow, you can serve. Do you have any questions regarding that? So it is 14:39 hours on January 24th.
Any questions? You have any questions for that? No? Okay. All right, have a nice day. Have a nice day.
Sir, did you have any further interaction with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on January 25th beyond what was seen in that video?
And not on January 25th.
At some time after January 25th, did you have further interaction regarding Chad Daybell and
Yep.
Lori Vallow?
Yes, I did.
What day was that?
January 26th.
And why did you have further interaction with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on?
And Judge, just as a matter of, could we ensure that we have a clear record of the year that they're referring to? Because I think that's been left out, counsel.
Was that the next day, January 26th of 2020?
Yes, it was.
And what was the nature of that interaction?
We obtained a search warrant and we were serving that search warrant.
What was the subject of the search warrant?
It was for the person of Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, the condo unit in Princeville, as well as their vehicle.
When you made contact with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on January 26th, where were they?
They were inside their vehicle.
Okay. Did they cooperate when you executed that search warrant?
Yes, they did.
And did you in fact perform a search of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Where was the search of the vehicle performed?
It was at our evidence warehouse.
So the vehicle was taken from the location where they were picked up, and then the vehicle, or where you made contact with them, I should say, and then the vehicle was taken to a second location.
Correct.
Okay. Did somebody take photographs of the execution of the search warrant of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if I could have the witness handed what's been marked, the state's exhibit 234A through Z. There's a courtesy copy for the court, and defense counsel was provided a courtesy copy yesterday.
Thank you.
And sir, if you could just look through those and then hand them to the bailiff when you're done. Thank you, sir. Can you tell me what's depicted in State's Exhibit 234?
Those are the photos from the search warrant
And what date were those photos taken?
on the 28th, 2020, January.
So just to be clear for the record, the actual search of the vehicle took place 2 days after Chad and Lori were served with a search warrant?
That is correct.
Okay. And who took those photographs?
Our crime scene lab technician, Christian Vlauten.
Were you present when those photographs were taken?
I was.
And Your Honor, the state would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 234A through Z.
There will not be an objection from the defense, Judge.
Okay. And to make the record clear, Ms. Beatty, is that an inclusive, or have you removed anything between A and Z?
I have not, Your Honor.
Okay, so thank you. Exhibit 234A through Z inclusive is admitted.
And Your Honor, I would just move to publish on the Elmo here.
You may.
Thank you. So we will start with State's Exhibit 234A. Okay, get used to this. Can you tell me what's depicted here?
No, that's the overall, the front of the vehicle that was seized.
And whose vehicle was that?
It's a rental vehicle that Chad and Lori were in.
Okay. And can you tell me what's depicted in State's Exhibit 234B?
It's an initial view of the front door driver's side, and Lori Vallow's purse on the seat.
And 234C?
Close up of the same.
Okay. I'd like to pause here for a moment and ask, did you find anything of evidentiary value in Lori Vallow's purse while you were searching Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow's rental vehicle?
Yes,
Can you tell me what that is?
from the purse.
Yes, sir.
There was a cell phone in the side pocket, and there was a debit card with I think it was a BBVA Compass debit card with the name of Tyler Ryan on it.
Can you tell me what's depicted in 234D?
That's the door jamb on the driver's side between the driver's seat and the door jamb on the floor, and that's a credit card or the debit card.
234E?
That's the debit card with Tyler Ryan.
234F?
The back of the same debit card.
Thank you. Can you tell me what we're looking at in 234G?
That's the cell phone that was in the side pocket of her purse.
What was done with that cell phone after the execution of that search warrant?
All those items were shipped back to Rexburg.
Next, we're going to look at 234H.
That's the passenger side rear door initial view, and a bag on the floorboard, and then a couple bicycles in the cargo area.
Okay, and when you say a couple, how many bicycles were in the cargo area?
There were 2 total.
Were those children's bicycles or adult bicycles?
They appear to be adult bicycles.
Can you tell me what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 234I?
It's the passenger door.
Okay. And was that the front passenger door or the rear passenger door?
I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. I'd like to point to the bottom corner here. What was that item?
Oh, that's the bag that was on the floorboard. So that would be the rear passenger door.
Okay. $234J.
The initial overall view of the rear cargo area with suitcase, a JanSport backpack, and a couple bicycles.
Okay. $234K.
It's a Hawaii Robin Ruth handbag.
And is this the same handbag that we saw a couple photos ago on the rear passenger floorboard?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And did you determine what the contents of that bag were?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then what are we seeing here in 234L?
That's overall of some of the contents that were in the bag.
Okay. Can you kind of describe what we're looking at here?
Yeah, there's in this one, there's 2 Apple laptops or iPads, a manila envelope, and a folder, and a Visions of Glory book.
Okay. $234M.
That's one of the iPads.
Okay. 234N,
the second iPad.
okay. Two 34O,
Another iPad in a black OtterBox.
and what do we see on the back of that iPad?
JJ written in red.
Okay. Two 34P,
That's the other side of the iPad.
and that would be the other side of the iPad with the initials JJ on the back.
Yes, ma'am.
And let me know if you need me to zoom in here, but what are we looking at in 234Q?
That is death certificate for Leland Charles Anthony Vallow.
Do you recall how many copies of death certificates there were for Charles Vallow?
I believe there were 14 in this packet, and then there was 3 in another packet, so a total of 17.
Did that seem strange to you?
It's a lot, but
Sure. And what else are we looking at over here on the right-hand side?
that's a real estate paper for the condo unit that they were renting.
Okay. Two 34R,
Say,
I can zoom if you need me to.
yeah, I know there's 2 social security cards, one with Joshua Vallow and one with Tylee Ryan. There's I believe at the top left-hand corner is a live birth certificate for Tylee Ryan. And I can't really see the bottom one.
The bottom one. It's a little blurry here. Are you able to discern that, or do I need to, I could have it handed to you as well.
Yeah, I can see that.
We just hand him this, and just for the record, he's being handed 234R. Can you tell me what we're looking at there? On the bottom middle of 234R.
It's a birth certificate.
For who? If you're able to read that.
Honestly, I can't read it.
Okay. Are you able to tell what's on the bottom right side?
It's another birth certificate. And I'm sorry, it's so small that I'm
That's okay.
having a hard time reading it.
Is it possible that it could be a death certificate? On the lower right-hand side. And if you can't tell, that's completely fine.
Yes, it is from the state of Arizona.
Okay. We'll move past 234R.
Sorry.
No worries. It's a very tiny print. Thank you, sir. Moving on to 234S. See, maybe we'll turn it this way. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, certification of birth from the state of Louisiana for Trahan and Kanan Todd.
234T.
Blue Sky Property Management document for Lori Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Joshua Vallow.
And was that, where was the property? Does this document indicate where that property was located?
Rexburg, Idaho.
And Judge, again, can I have her recite which exhibit this was?
That would be 234T. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Okay. And all of these items were found in that blue bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 234U. Can you tell me what this is?
That's a letter from Chad Daybell, from Chad Daybell to Alexander Cox,
Okay. What's the date on there?
November 24th, 2019.
And what is the title under that date?
Patriarch Chad Daybell.
This was also found in the blue bag on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then 234V. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a JanSport black backpack that was found in the rear cargo area by the bicycles.
Okay. We're going to go a little out of order here. 234X.
It's a patient summary with sticky notes on top.
Okay. Do the words on those sticky notes have any significance to you?
I don't know what any of that means.
Okay. I'm going to leave it up here for a moment so the jurors can look at those sticky notes and see the words on there. Okay. Getting close to the end here, 234Y. What are these?
A silver MacBook Pro and a HP laptop.
Okay, and were those also found in the black JanSport backpack?
Yes.
All right. What's this? I'm sorry, let me read you the exhibit number. 234Z.
I believe it's the other side of the black HP laptop.
And these iPads, laptop, and cell phone, were these all sent for processing somewhere?
Yes, they were.
Where was that?
Back to the Rexburg Police Department.
The last thing I want to show you is States Exhibit 234W. What is that?
Envelope with US currency
Where was that found?
in the backpack.
How much US currency is in there
All total, there was 10,500.
in cash?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
You may.
And Judge, could I ask again, the last exhibit, what number was that?
234W. Were you present when a search warrant was executed on the condo complex where they were staying?
Yes, I was.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value in that condo complex?
Yes, I did.
And let me back up just a little bit. What date was that search warrant executed?
That was condo complex. It was the 26th of January, 2020.
Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
There was a couple rubber type wedding bands and I don't recall what else. I believe there's only about three items taken.
When you were searching the condo complex, was there any sign that children were living there?
No, ma'am.
Was there any sign that children had ever been there?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, Mr. Pryor, you can conduct cross-examination.
Judge, could I have exhibits 234, please?
Yes.
I was just checking. Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
Now, sir, you viewed the video at the time and you saw it up at the screen, correct?
Yes, correct.
At any time during that video, did you recall Mr. Daybell making any comment?
No, I do not.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Daybell looking over to see what the papers were
Yes, I
saying?
did.
Okay. And would you interpret his actions as trying to read or understand what Miss Vallow was being served with?
Yeah, it seemed like he was looking to see what that was.
You had an interest in seeing what this was all about, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned previously that this was an order regarding, was it a health and welfare order?
It was a order for Lori to bring the kids back to Idaho. I believe it was the Department of Health for Rexburg.
Okay, and so it was an order of custody to turn the kids, a custody order, turning the kids over to authorities back in Idaho.
Yes, sir.
So in essence, it was when Mr. Daybell would be reading it, that's what he would read, is that there was an order, custody order, saying that the kids are to be returned back to Idaho. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you discussed a little bit about the credit card that was found on the driver's side, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving that vehicle?
Lori Vallow.
Okay. And then the other items you said of pertinent interest were in the back seat of the vehicle, correct?
The cell phone was in the purse on the driver's seat, and then other items in the back of the vehicle. Yes.
And in this particular situation, you testified previously that Lori Vallow was the one driving the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then there were 3 other seats, correct?
Yes.
And where was Mr. Daybell sitting?
He was sitting in the front passenger seat.
Okay. And you found nothing of evidentiary interest on Mr. Daybell's side of the vehicle, is that right?
That is correct.
And then in terms of the, I noted that on one of the exhibits, (234B), and Judge, I may ask that the witness be handed 234B. I noticed that on the console between the seats, there's a book. Do you have any and it's terribly difficult to see that, but do you have any recollection of what that book is?
Not really.
You don't know of what faith that book comes from?
No, I don't.
Okay. Judge, can I, or Mr. Bailiff, thank you. Then you went on to talk about a blue, was it a bag or a suitcase?
There was a Hawaii Robin Ruth handbag.
Okay, and who would that be assigned to? Do you know?
I don't know.
You don't know who the owner of that bag was?
No.
And in the contents of that bag, you found what?
Most of the stuff, death certificates, birth certificates, social security cards, 3 tablets, and some other items.
Okay, and where was the location of that bag?
It was in the rear passenger seat right behind where Mr. Daybell was sitting.
Okay, and then you talked about a black backpack. Were you able to ascertain who owned the black backpack?
I was not.
Okay. Now, when you stopped the Daybells, this was a traffic stop of some kind?
Yes, it was originally.
Was there any indication that Miss Vallow was trying to flee at that point?
No, there was not.
She cooperated fully with you?
Yes, she did.
And at any time, did Mr. Daybell make any statements during that stop?
No, he did not.
Okay, did he cooperate fully with you?
Yes, sir, he did.
And there was no indication that Mr. Daybell was trying to flee at any point. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Judge, may I have a moment?
Yes.
And I noticed that on Exhibit W, you had talked about the currency. Where did you locate the currency?
That was in the backpack.
And again, you don't know who owned that backpack.
I don't have definitive proof who owned the backpack.
And again, can you identify the specific items that you found in that backpack again?
There was a silver MacBook Pro and a black HP laptop.
Okay, were you able to ascertain who was the owners of those respective devices?
No, I did not.
Okay, what else did you find in the backpack?
The currency.
Okay, anything else?
There was, yes, there was like a wallet with 4 credit cards in there.
And whose credit cards were those?
Chad Daybell.
Okay. Any other items found in the backpack?
There was, yes, there was a death certificate and a marriage license.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I can recall at this time.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude the cross-examination then. Any redirect, Ms. Beatty?
Oh, sir.
Mark, we have a brief sidebar.
Sure.
Just a couple of questions.
Sure.
Mr. Pryor asked you if Mr. Daybell said anything when you made contact with them in their vehicle on the 26th, correct?
Yes.
And he didn't say anything.
Not that I recall.
He didn't say, "What's this about?"
I don't remember him saying anything.
Okay. And you were asked if the defendant or Lori Vallow tried to flee, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were contacted by the Rexburg Police Department?
Yes, I was. Well, not me directly, no.
Of course, your agency, fair to say your agency was contacted by the Rexburg Police Department.
Yes, correct.
Is that because Chad and Lori had left Idaho?
I assume so.
Okay. And just to clarify something, you were asked about whether anything of evidentiary value was found in the passenger side of the vehicle.
Yes,
Okay. Was anything of evidentiary value found in the passenger side of the vehicle? Not
No.
the front seat, but the entire passenger side?
yes.
Just as a clarifying question.
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
That was the Hawaii Robin Ruth bag with all the contents.
And was one of the contents of that bag a patriarchal blessing
Yes, it
from
was.
Chad Daybell? Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude the testimony then of this officer Nesbitt. Is the state intending to have him recalled
No, thank you, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Judge, there's no subpoena on this witness and I'm not calling him back.
All right, Officer Nesbitt, then you are excused. Thank you for coming in and testifying today, and you can go ahead and step down and I'll ask the state to call another witness.
Your Honor, the state's going to be calling Ben Dean. I do apologize. I did make a mistake this morning, thinking I brought up my folder for Ben Dean with his exhibit. I did not, so I'm going to ask for just a very quick break to run down to our room and grab that. And I do apologize for wasting anybody's time.
Well, that's fine. We'll take a brief recess to allow you to get that, Mr.
And then
Wood.
we'll have him on very shortly.
Okay, if everyone wants to just stand up for a moment. I don't know if the jury wants to retire back to the hallway for a minute. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay.
Okay, if you didn't get a chance to look at that video of them being served and you wanted to see it, I went ahead and put the link in the description. So for our replay watchers, if you want to see it, it's in there. And I was watching, kind of looking at it, trying to see if I could pick up anything. And, you know, they're both so, I don't know what you call it, straight-laced? Is that, you know, non-emotional? You know, trying to not give any impressions or whatever. That it was just a quick, here you go. Any questions? Nope. Okay. Out. And that was we know that she was told to get the kids there. They had to be, so, you know, bring the kids, produce the kids, and she did not do it, which then eventually leads into a chase, I believe. Remember, that's the part where Nate saw them flying by and the cops were behind him, and then he told his camera guy, follow that car. So he went, and I think that's linked to this. This is what they were served, supposed to do it, didn't do it, and it resulted in a chase eventually. I don't know what the date, you know, timeline wise, what the date or when the serving happened and then the chase took place. So that's probably on the timeline, but yeah. But I forgot to take my face down so you could see that video. It might be able, or hopefully you saw at least most of it while my my box was up there. Sorry about that. But we are currently on break, and just a little short one because it's only what, 11:30 there. So they at least have another half hour of possible testimony from a witness before lunch. So just waiting here to have them return with whatever it was he said that he forgot. Oh, it was the thing about this witness coming up. Somebody Dean. Let me see. Next. Oh, here it is right there. Yeah. Linda will put it in, but it's FBI evidence analyst Benjamin Dean is who will be next. And they forgot to bring his paper, and his whatever it is he said, and so they have to go get it. Let's see. While they're waiting, let me see here. They're going to be quick, I think. So let's see. Let me bring this down here. Okay. So this is the info about Nesbitt. Sorry, my dogs are playing. Ollie. Yeah? Play with sister? Careful, don't push her too hard. She's little. And here he goes into the bed. Sorry. Ollie's in a playful mood. Okay, you've dug that enough. He's practically dug. That's one thing these doodles do is they like to dig the bed. He dug his entire other bed to the point where the fluff was on the outside. And he was crawling in where the fluff was. It's like, okay, dog, time for you to get a new bed. Ollie, want to say hi? Ollie, come here. Oh, he's upside down. He's having his moment. Come here for a second. Ollie, come here. Let's see. I'll see if I can get it. Hold on. Let me see. I'll see if I can get him up here real quick. Ollie, come here. Come here. Ollie, come here. Up. There. Can you see? No, can't see. Oh, he's you can see a nose. I can't pick him up. He's a medium-sized doodle. Here they come. They're coming back. And there we go. Let me get that pinned. Oh, thank you, Linda. Oh, where is it? There it is. Yes, his name is Oliver. I call him Ollie.
All right, Mr. Wood, are you ready to call your next witness?
Sorry.
That's fine.
The state would call Ben Dean.
Very well.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you.
All right, the witness has been sworn. I have a few questions before we start the direct examination. Mr. Dean, have you watched any of these trial proceedings on the court's online streaming or through any other source?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Have you talked to anyone about any testimony they've provided here at trial?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for answering that. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you can do so.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Benjamin Dean, Benjamin,
And where are you employed?
the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
What position do you currently hold at the FBI?
I'm an intelligence analyst.
And how long have you been an intelligence analyst at the FBI?
About 8 years.
Can you describe your educational, professional, and training background to hold that position?
Yes, I obtained a bachelor's degree in foreign language and foreign area studies. And then my first position in the FBI was with the language services section, where my job was to review and report on the lawfully obtained electronic communications of predicated case subjects in different parts of the country. Later, I became an intelligence analyst after attending and completing the basic field training course at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. And that was a 3-month course that consisted of classroom instruction, exercises, and exams on a number of different topics, including analytical writing, threat analysis, and raw intelligence reporting.
And what office of the FBI are you currently assigned to?
The Salt Lake City field office.
What are your day-to-day responsibilities?
My main job is to review is to analyze information and make assessments regarding specific threats. And so some of my day-to-day tasks might include reviewing information from a broad range of sources, looking for trends and patterns in that information, and then writing reports or giving briefings with findings and recommendations. And then since I currently work on a criminal investigative squad, I often provide support to active cases.
Do you have any specific training or experience in reviewing electronic communications?
Yes,
Can you explain that experience?
sure. During my time with the language services section, I attended a week-long course focused on best practices and techniques in monitoring and reporting on electronic communications records. I later at the FBI Academy received training in digital evidence collection and exploitation and in the use of telephone analysis software. Since then, I've completed virtual and in-person trainings on that topic, on that subject. And of course, as an analyst in the field, I've had several occasions where I've reviewed those types of records in support of active cases. And so while I'm not an expert in the field and I'm not a digital forensics examiner by trade, I have been able to gain some working knowledge and familiarity with the subject.
Have you been involved in the investigation into Chad and Lori Daybell?
Yes.
When did your involvement in this case, in the Daybell case, begin?
It began in late March of 2020.
What was your initial assignment in the case?
My initial assignment in the case was to review tips that had been submitted by members of the public in response to a press release that was issued by the FBI and the Rexburg Police Department on the 5th of March, 2020, regarding Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, who were missing at the time. And both Tylee and JJ had been seen at Yellowstone National Park on the 8th of September. And so the press release requested that the members of the public, anyone who had been to the park that day, who had visited and had taken photos or videos during their trip, to please send those in so that law enforcement could review them in hopes that they would aid in finding the children.
And do you recall, oh, you already answered this, you started working on this late March of 2020?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe the volume of tips and media you reviewed as part of that initial assignment?
I would estimate somewhere between 600 and 800 unique tips were submitted by members of the public in response to that press release. Some of the tips had only text information that the tipster thought could help, and other tips had multiple media file attachments, photos and videos. And so in total, I would estimate I've reviewed several hundred photos or videos as part of the initial assignment.
Were you ever tasked with another assignment in support of that investigation?
Yes, I was.
What was that?
I was asked to assist with the review of electronic devices that were seized from Chad Daybell's residence on January 3rd of 2020.
And do you recall what devices you were to look at?
Initially, I was assigned to review data that was pulled off of a hard drive and a thumb drive.
And when did you complete your review of those devices?
I completed my review of those devices in May, sometime in May of 2020.
Were you asked to review any other data from any other devices?
Yes.
What were the additional devices you were asked to review?
I was asked to review the contents of 2 Blu-ray discs, each of which contained data that was extracted from electronic storage devices seized from Chad Daybell's property on January 3rd of 2020.
So the data you were provided was on Blu-ray discs.
Yes,
Were the discs labeled?
yes, they were.
How were they labeled?
Both discs had a unique FBI specimen number written on them. So one disc had the number IWR 091201, and the other one was labeled IWR 091202. And also both discs had the words working copy written on them.
Do you recall which disc you reviewed first?
I first reviewed the disc labeled IWR 091201.
And when did you begin your review of the disc? And when did you, I'm sorry, when did you begin your review of that disc?
Late May of 2020.
What was the process you used to review that data on that disc?
So I used a Blu-ray disc reader to open up the contents of the disc on my work computer. I saw that the main file folder on the disc was labeled, was titled IWR 091201. I went into that folder and found a subfolder with an application file. It's called cellbrightreader.exe, and also a UFDR file with the name IWR 091201 report.ufdr. So I double-clicked on the application file to launch the Cellbright Reader software. And once it was fully loaded, I used it to open the UFDR file.
And can you briefly explain to the jury what is Cellbright Reader?
Cellbright Reader is essentially, it's a software program, and it allows for the review and analysis of data pulled off of electronic storage devices. And yeah, that's basically what it is.
And you mentioned a UFDR file. What is that?
So a UFDR file is basically a report containing all of the data items pulled off of a device, and UFDR files can be opened and viewed with Cellbright Reader.
How does the data appear in Cellbright Reader when you open it up?
When you open Cellbright Reader, you'll see a list of categories on the left-hand side. And so that's because Cellbright Reader organizes all of the data items that are on a device into categories based on the item's file type. So some examples of categories would be autofill items, calendar items, device contacts, things of that nature, and also communication items such as emails, phone calls, SMS or text messages, or multimedia or MMS messages.
All right. And what file types do you typically look at to determine the user of a given device?
Typically, I look at 4 areas. I look to see if there's a device user listed. I look at if it's a phone, I look at the phone number that's associated with the device. And I look at the content of any communications items that are on the device. And I also look at any photos or videos that could be on the device that may show me who the device belonged to.
So this device that you were recently just telling us about, or that the data that you had on this Blu-ray disc, did you look at all those file types for this device?
I did.
And when reviewing those items, did it become apparent what type of device it was?
Yes,
What type of a device was it?
it was an LG cellular phone.
Were you able to ascertain who the user of that device was?
Yes, I was.
How did you ascertain that?
I ascertained that the user of the device was Tammy Daybell, who was the wife of Chad Daybell. And that was apparent to me for several reasons. First, the device user was listed as Tammy. Second, the phone number associated with the device matched with the phone number for Tammy Daybell as it appeared in other documents obtained in this investigation. There were incoming messages on the device addressing Tammy. There were outgoing messages with the user, the sender, introducing herself as Tammy, or in the case of emails, signing off an email with Tammy. And there were group messages, direct messages, and phone calls with other members of the Daybell family and their spouses, all of whom were named as contacts in that device. And the content of the written messages suggested that the user of this device, of this phone, had a close family relationship with the Daybell children. There were also device notifications showing new posts by members of the Daybell family in a Facebook group called Daybells and Murs. There were photos on the device showing Tammy Daybell, both by herself and with Chad Daybell, their children and their grandchildren. And then finally, I did observe that all of the outgoing communication activity on the device ended the evening of October 18th, 2019, which I know to be the day before first responders discovered Tammy deceased inside her home.
For the record, do you recall the phone number associated with this device?
Yes, it was it was 801-669-4368.
I want to draw your attention to September 9th, 2019. Did Tammy's phone receive any text messages that day?
Yes,
Were there any text messages sent to Tammy's phone that day that caught your attention?
yes, there were.
What was the phone number from which those messages were sent?
801-690-9374.
Is it possible that that was a 208 instead of an 801?
Yes, it is. 208-690-9374.
Was there a contact name stored on the phone for that number?
The contact name was Chad.
Throughout your review of this device, have you reviewed other messages sent by the contact save as Chad?
Yes.
And based on your review of those other messages sent by that phone number, who did you believe that that number belonged to?
Based on my review of the other messages, I believe that that phone number belonged to Chad Guy Daybell, who was the husband of Tammy Daybell.
And can you explain to the jury why you came to that conclusion?
Yes. First off, that same number ending in 9374 also appeared in other documents obtained in the investigation that associated the number as being one of the phone numbers used by Chad Daybell. There were that number ending in 9374 was also part of group messages with other members of the Daybell family and their spouses. Again, all of whom were named as contacts in this device. And the content of those group messages also suggested that the user of that phone number ending in 9374 had a close family relationship with the Daybell children. And also the communication, the content of the messages between the device user, Tammy, and user of this phone number ending in 9374 made it clear that they both lived in the same home and that there was another individual named Garth who lived in that home with them.
Your Honor, I would ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 229. I provided a copy to counsel and have a courtesy copy for the court as well.
Very well.
Agent, do you recognize what's been marked as State's Exhibit 229?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
It is a copy of text messages that were exchanged between Chad Daybell and Tammy Daybell on the 9th of September.
Oh, wait a second. I was just wondering why it went quiet. What? Hold on. Sorry about that. I just realized. Wait, hold on. My dog, I'm dealing with the dogs. That's the issue. So what? Hold on. Oh, they went to lunch. Okay. So they're doing lunch now it's okay. It's time for lunch. Sorry. Oh, okay. Let me put something on real quick so I can handle the dogs. Oh, these dogs don't coincide with the breaks that I need them to coincide with. 1 second. Let's see. What could we play? I was thinking about playing. Oh, do we want to hear the Garth Warren more, the forensic pathologist, or do we want to avoid that? Y'all let me know if that's an avoid or go ahead. Trying to think if let me see if I can. I'm gonna look at the day prior to that and see if there's something in there. Hold on. So that was Zulema. Did we play Zulema? We started to, we never finished it. I think so. I guess we could play Zulema, her cross-examination. So I think we heard most of the redid most of the direct, so I'll just put on cross-exam. Yeah. Let's see, where is it at? Oh, 1-4. Hold on. Oh, 149. Let me see. Oh, yeah. So we didn't finish with the cross. Let's just go with the cross. We'll listen to cross. I don't know how long that'll be, and then we'll take it from there. Let me see here. Oh, hold on a minute. It's telling me I can't screen share. Did it work? No. Let me hop out. I'll be right back. It should be fine. I got to hop out and come right back in. It's decided it doesn't want to work. Let me stop sharing that first. Maybe if I present, maybe it'll help. Hold on. Maybe I don't have to. Let me try this again. Is it that one? I got too much stuff open. Yeah. All right, let me try that again. Sorry. Pretty sure it's this one. Let me see.
Once you're ready, Mr. Pryor, you can conduct cross.
Thank you, Judge.
Let me know if you can hear it. Sorry about that. So we'll just listen to her. Okay, we'll be back in a bit. It should be working fine now.
Good morning, Ms. Pastenes.
Good morning.
Ms. Pastenes, the prosecuting attorney brought up the topic of the 7 gatherers.
Yes,
That has a unique context in that it talks about 7 people. Is that right?
yes.
And the 7 people that were members of the 7 gatherers would have been who, ma'am?
Nicole, Christina, Serena, Gib, Melanie Pulaski, Laurie, and I.
So was this an organization that you ladies had organized to talk about religious topics?
It was a group to share information with, and also we were together in Zoom meetings doing castings.
Okay. And when you talk about these 7 gatherers and you say that it was Melanie Gibb, is that right?
Yes,
And it was Melanie Boudreau, AKA Pulowski, correct?
correct,
Someone named Serena.
correct.
Was April Raymond part of that?
No,
Okay. Nicole,
yes,
Christina.
yes.
Okay. And what it was is you shared a common website of some kind or a way to communicate with each other?
An email address.
Okay. And you all use that as a means of communicating with each other. Is that correct?
Sending information to each other.
And that information included information about various articles and periodicals that talked about various subjects. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay. And there is no doubt that all of you knew about this organization called the 7 Gatherers. Is that right?
yes,
You were all very familiar with the word the 7 Gatherers, correct?
yes.
There's no confusion about that. So if I were to go to Melanie Gibb and ask her,
Your Honor, argumentative asked and answered.
Sustained.
did you talk to Melanie Gibb about this topic of the 7 Gatherers?
No, not necessarily.
Did you communicate with her through email about the organization that you put together called the 7 Gatherers?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates testimony.
Sustained.
In what manner would you communicate with Melanie and the others about this group called the 7 Gatherers?
I don't think that that I could call it a way of communication with each other. One of the girls made a email address and said that we could send things to each other through that email. And there was a couple of emails that went back and forth in that email address, but it wasn't something that was discussed or that we had made it into an entity or anything like that. It was just an email address that was formed and a couple of people sent a couple of emails there.
And do you know who formed that 7 Gatherers email?
I believe it was Christina, but I am not 100% sure.
And could you tell me, how did you go about signing up as someone who was willing to receive and send out all of this information about the 7 Gatherers?
Could you explain your question to me?
Sure, I'll ask it again. How did you come about signing up as someone who would receive emails or correspondence with this 7 Gatherers?
The email address and the password was shared within the all of the girls.
How was that done? Did you folks talk about it, or was it just something that you just agreed we're gonna put this together and communicate?
The person that put it together gave the name of the email address and then gave the password to everyone.
And did you have an occasion to contribute articles to this 7 Gatherers email?
I don't remember. I don't recall if I did or not.
Did Melanie Gibb, do you recall ever getting anything from Melanie Gibb saying that she contributed articles or correspondence to the 7 gatherers?
It is possible, but I don't recall.
You don't have any memory of that, is that right?
No,
Okay. Do you have any memory of anybody ever sending any articles to the 7 gatherers?
I know that there was a couple of articles that were sent in there, but I don't remember who sent them or what they were about.
And again, those articles that were put in there would have been shared with all of the ladies who were, is members the right term when I'm describing the people who were listed as receiving emails on the 7 gatherers? Would that be the correct term, members?
I would say that they were the people who had access to the email address,
Okay, so you wouldn't call them members.
not necessarily. It wasn't like it was a club. It was just a email address that was shared within all of us
For purposes of the 7U to discuss religious topics, correct?
to send information or religious topics.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, as far as we mentioned Melanie Gibb, when did you first meet Melanie Gibb?
When I moved to a house that was very near where Gibb used to live, and then I started attending the same ward that she attended.
And when was that?
I believe it was 2017.
Did at that point you develop a relationship with Miss Gibb?
Not at the beginning. I knew her from church and I had said hello to her a couple of times, but we had not become friends.
So prior to the St. George gathering or meeting that all of you went to, how long had you known Melanie Gibb?
I'm going to say approximately a year.
And were you aware of some of the classes or teachings that Melanie Gibb participated in?
She invited me to one of her meetings that she was having at her house.
And when was that?
I want to say that it was probably around September of 2018.
And that was prior to you knowing Lori Vallow and knowing Chad Daybell, is that right?
Actually, at that meeting was when I met Lori.
Well, you jumped me on that a little bit, but was the next question. You met Lori at this September meeting for the first time, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of this meeting that Melanie Gibb had put together was for what?
It was so that Lori was going to speak at that meeting and that she was going to share her testimony.
Okay, and her testimony about what?
During this meeting, she related that she was having visitations from angels. She had visitations from the angel Moroni. And she also said that she was a personal witness of Jesus Christ, which meant that she had actually had a personal, physical meeting with Jesus Christ.
Okay, and that was prior to her ever meeting Chad Daybell, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then did Melanie Gibb offer any testimony at that meeting that Melanie organized?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then subsequent, now you had met Chad Daybell in Mesa at some point prior to the November St. George meeting, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that just a meeting or did you have a conversation with him?
It was a conference in Mesa, and Chad was speaking. I came to see the conference, and afterwards I spoke to him very briefly while I was buying a couple of his books.
Okay. So these conferences were opportunities for people who have certain knowledge about religious topics to offer their opinions about religious topics. Would that be fair?
Yes,
And Chad Daybell was one of those and you're aware he's an author, correct?
yes,
You bought a couple of his books at the Mesa conference, right?
yes.
And how many speakers? Do you recall how many speakers were at this Mesa conference?
I don't remember exactly, but I know that there was at least 3 or 4 speakers.
And the theme of that conference in November of 2018 would have been of what topic?
It was a preparing a people conference, and usually at these conferences, they had topics such as how to prepare for emergencies and to prepare for the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Okay, so it's a topic of a religious nature. That would be fair, correct?
Yes.
And are there other topics? Are there topics about energy work that are conducted at these conferences?
No,
Okay, so it's all the speakers that are there are talking about the second coming and how to prepare for the second coming and steps you can take as part of that preparation. Would that be fair?
yes, there was steps on what to do to be prepared physically and spiritually. And one of the things that Chad was speaking about was Chad spoke about having a couple of near-death experiences, and he said that after those near-death experiences, he practically didn't have a veil, which meant that he could actually see to the spirit world and speak with spirits, and that he had said that he had information about places of safety for when things were going to get really bad right before the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you were, at some point, you had some difficulty and you were concerned about, based on your skills and past experience, being able to find employment in the Rexburg area. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And your skill and experiences in what?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Your skills and experiences in what?
In all of the jobs that I've had before, do you want to know what I've done before
Yeah,
in a job?
Yes, if you would mind.
I've worked in corporate America, in a insurance company as a manager of services department. I have worked as a instructional assistant in grade school, and I currently work for vocational rehabilitation.
So you consider yourself a reasonably educated person,
Yes,
and you consider yourself someone who has the ability to teach other people about various topics. Would that be fair?
I wouldn't consider myself a person that can teach others. I know how to train people with disabilities.
Okay. What about the ability to judge people's character and matters such as that?
I believe that I have been an overly trusting person.
Okay. Okay. And when you say that you were overly trusting, you're saying that all of this discussion about religion somehow tricked you into following a certain path. Would that be fair?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates testimony and counsel's testify.
Sustained.
Is it your suggestion that in somehow Chad and Lori tricked you into believing all of this religious, all of these religious beliefs?
I trusted them and I believed them.
Okay. Now, as part of your cooperation in this case, were you provided any guarantees of immunity regarding any of your testimony?
Yes,
And you were granted an immunity agreement from being prosecuted for anything that you may provide to the police. Is that correct?
yes.
And do you recall the number of times you've spoken to law enforcement about this case?
No, I don't remember how many times.
Are you aware that on at least 4 occasions you talked to the Rexburg police in your home area of Arizona? Do you recall that?
Yes, I have spoken to law enforcement several times.
You remember which law enforcement officer you spoke to particularly?
I've spoken to many.
Okay. There was also some mention about Lori and you said Gibb started a podcast at some point in the beginning stages of you meeting them. Is that right?
Yes,
And which one of those? Do you recall which one of those started the podcast?
no,
Okay. And do you know what the subject of the podcast would have been?
I know that they had some guests on their podcast, and usually it was about spiritual things.
Okay. And that podcast was prior to meeting Chad Daybell, is that correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was, but I know it was after Lori met Chad Daybell in St. George.
Okay. And at the time of the meeting between Lori and Chad at St. George, Chad was there to speak and sell books. Is that what you recall?
In St. George?
Yes.
Yes, he was there to speak and to sell books.
And if I understood your testimony prior to this, you indicated that, and I don't want to mischaracterize, that Lori was pursuing Chad at that point?
She was very flirtatious towards him.
Okay. Okay. Would you say that she was the aggressor in that situation when you observed it?
Yes,
Okay. And she was trying to impress him.
she was flirting with him.
Okay. You talked about a situation with a basketball game or a basketball that Lori Vallow was shooting or involved in a basketball court or something at one of the homes. Do you recall talking about that?
Yes,
Okay, and was that at Lori's home?
yes,
And Chad was invited there to be a speaker for that particular weekend?
yes, he came down for the Preparing a People conference, and this was after the conference at Lori's house.
And how many people were staying at Lori's house at that particular conference?
Several.
Several, meaning how many?
Probably about 4 or 5 people.
And at that point, there was no indication that there was any romantic interest between them. Is that correct?
It didn't appear to be.
Okay. Did it appear to you at the basketball that Lori was being flirtatious again when she was talking to Chad about playing basketball?
Yes,
And initially Chad chose to walk off with you. Is that what you recall?
yes.
And Lori asked him, and please, if I misquote this, please correct me. Are you scared of me?
Mhm.
That's what she said to him. Is that what you heard?
Yes.
Did you understand what she meant by that?
Um, what it meant to me was that she was asking him if he was scared of being alone with her.
Okay. Did you hear Chad respond?
He didn't respond.
Did he walk away?
He did.
Okay. So from that, did you gather that he wasn't interested, or did you come to some other conclusion?
My conclusion was that he was playing it safe.
Okay. So at that point, again, you would would it be fair for you to come to the conclusion that he was not engaging in this one-sided flirtatious?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony, move to strike.
And
Did you gather from that that Lori was being flirtatious and that Chad was not receptive to that flirtatious offer?
At that time, yes.
Okay. Now, there was some discussion again about blessings. And blessings, and I guess I didn't ask this, but the religious matters that you spoke about are part of your LDS faith, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your LDS faith, blessings are not something particularly unusual, correct?
No, they're not.
In fact, it's not uncommon for people to offer blessings to each other as day-to-day life in your LDS faith. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You talked about light and dark.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that anybody can have the ability to determine whether someone's light or dark?
No.
So so you believe that it's just Chad Daybell who can determine whether someone's light or dark, is that right?
I couldn't say that it is me, the one that has determined that is Chad, only the one that can do that. It was because Chad was the one that said that he had access to his portal, and through his portal, he was getting information from the spirit world about things such as light and dark and people.
So so based on that answer, then it would not be an ordinary power to be able to determine whether someone was light or dark, correct?
No, it wouldn't be an ordinary thing to do.
Okay. And in terms of powers and roles, you talked about Alex Cox having the power as the warrior or the protector. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you or were you advised that you had any special or do you believe you have any specific power or ability?
Objection, Your Honor, compound question.
sustained.
Do you believe you have any special gift?
No,
You don't believe that you can predict the weather?
no,
Have you ever been advised or told that you could predict the weather?
yes.
And who told you that?
Chad and Lori.
Okay. And did you believe them when they told you that you had the ability to predict the weather?
I was open to the idea.
Okay. Did you ever try to exercise that power of your ability to predict the weather?
Yes, because Chad told me to practice.
Okay. And who did you practice on?
I don't understand your question.
Well, yeah, Chad, you said Chad claimed to have told you to practice predict your gift of predicting the weather. I'm just curious as to how you practiced your gift of predicting the weather.
I would just do imagine in my mind.
Okay, were you ever successful in predicting the weather?
I don't believe so.
Judge, I have well, before I get there, uh, are your testimony is that as part of the castings, that if it was unsuccessful, that the body would die or there would be a killing of the body? Is that what you testified to?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Oral.
Again, the question is that as part of the castings, if the casting was not successful, would the body die or was there a killing of the body as a result of the unsuccessful casting?
Okay, can you ask me one question at a time? Because you asked me two questions.
Okay. As part of the castings, if it was unsuccessful, would it result in the killing of the body?
It was unsuccessful. That would mean that the demon was still in the body, so
Okay.
nothing would happen.
Okay. And if the casting was successful and you were able to extract the demon from the body, what would happen to the body?
The body would die.
Okay. And is that something that Chad and Lori taught you?
Yes.
Okay. In essence, would it mean then that if they were successful in extracting a demon from the body, that in essence, they'd be killing the human body? Would that be fair?
I wouldn't be using the term killing, but it would mean that the body would die.
Was there any indication in any of the correspondence between you and Lori and Chad about killing anybody?
No,
You never discussed the topic of killing anybody, is that correct?
no,
And in fact, you never discussed the topic of casting and how it would, how the ultimate end would be the death of the body. Isn't that true?
they were teaching that once if the casting was successful, then the demon would be cast out. Therefore, the body could actually die and expire.
And Judge, I have Exhibit 88. And I'd like to play a portion of the exhibit for Ms. Pastenes so she can identify that. And then at subsequent, I would ask that exhibit be marked and accepted as Defense Exhibit 88.
All right, the defense has proffered an exhibit. You can just publish briefly, sufficient to lay some foundation.
And
then we'll-
Your Honor, may we approach on this?
Yeah.
Be right there. My dog is barking again. She has her moments. My son is coming to get her. Okay, so thoughts on Zulema now after hearing this? I don't know what to think about immunity. What does that mean for her? Like, I understand that she's not going to get charged, but I don't understand what immunity does and what it does for this dialogue that is going on in her testimony. Is it supposed to make her more believable? I don't know. This is one of the few trials where I've actually heard or seen actual immunity with a testimony. So I don't know. Man, I knew it was a possibility because we've been saying, I bet you she got some sort of immunity and we'll find out. And sure enough, but does that make her story more credible? This is just wild to me. So I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the day during the lunch break, I will be having a guest up with me. And I'll just let you see who it is when it happens, and it'll be fun. And I have no idea what we're going to talk about. We have nothing planned. We're just going to get on and see where it takes us. I'm looking forward to it. Can't wait. So, but I kind of want to know, let me see what you guys are saying after. Let me see if I can see what you guys got going on here. So from the text, they're starting to come back. Probably. It's almost lunchtime, I think, anyway, right?
All right, we discussed in a sidebar there this proposed exhibit. I do have some additional argument from counsel potentially on this and also with foundation. I think it's more appropriate to take that up outside presence of the jurors. So given the time, what we're going to do is start our lunch recess at this time. Because this may take a few moments, we will plan on taking the lunch hour and resume with more testimony right around 1 o'clock or perhaps just slightly before 1 o'clock. So we'll take the lunch recess for those in the public attending. If you'd like to step out, you may. If you wish to stay in while we take up the evidentiary matter, you can as well. We will have the jurors retire for lunch at this time, though.
All right, please.
Okay, so what we'll do first is we'll get through this evidentiary hearing and then we'll work on the lunch hour. This will give me time to prep myself because I have to see a man about a horse. So we will hear what they got to say, and then that means they'll probably shorten lunch a little bit early, and it'll be interesting. So,
all right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are on the record on CR 22, 21, 16, 23. The court notes that the jurors have been excused to take lunch at this time. We are still in open court to discuss a proffered exhibit. The defense has indicated an intention to admit exhibit 88. I believe the state may have an objection to the admission of the exhibit in its entirety. Court indicated I would permit outside the presence of the jury some foundation in the beginning to allow for defense to determine if the witness can identify for foundational purposes the exhibit. And then once we've gotten through that step, we can move on to whether or not the exhibit may be admitted and for what purpose or how much of the exhibit. So, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to start with some publishing of the exhibit sufficient to establish foundation, we can do that at this time.
And Judge, I may have misspoke. It was Exhibit 83.
Okay, we had that as.
Apologize.
So this will be Exhibit 83. And can you describe what the exhibit is before we
Judge, this
start?
is an exhibit in which on October 2nd of 20, Officer Hermosillo and Officer Wright interviewed Miss Pastenes. The length of the recording is 3 hours, 35 minutes and 42 seconds. The section of the tape that I want to play for the court and Miss Pastenes starts at 24:34, approximately goes to 25:38. And it talks about Miss Pastenes making certain representations about the killing of the body.
All right, if you'd like to proffer by foundation playing part of that, I'll allow you to publish it since the jury's not here, sufficient for the witness to identify.
And like Mr. Wood, I'm not getting any sound, Judge.
All right, see if you can.
That being well, they have to kill your body to get that demon out. Is that how you understood it?
Now, Ms. Pastenes, you had an opportunity to review that. Do you recognize the female that's in that video?
Yes,
And who is that?
that's me.
Okay, and then the person to your immediate left, who would that be?
That's my attorney, Garrett Smith.
And then the person across the desk from you would be who?
I believe that's Detective Hermosillo. I can't
would
see
be
him very
from-
well. I can't see him very well.
And that would be from the Rexburg Police Department?
Yes,
Do you have a recollection of who the person is to your right at the end of the table?
I believe that he was an FBI agent.
Okay. And if I were to present to you that it could be someone by the name of Ricky Wright, would that make you recall any better? Okay. And ma'am, does this appear to be a true and accurate picture of the meeting on 10/20 of 20 or 10/2 of 20 regarding the interview between you and Officer Hermosillo?
Yes,
Judge, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 83.
All right, and you're moving to admit the 3 hours and 35 minutes of the interview?
There is, Judge, and the reason for that is that there were a number of representations that I could be here for a week if I wanted to, going over with Ms. Pastenes, but quite frankly, after today's testimony, it will be my intent to probably call her back and go back over a number of those. But for purposes of today, I'm just going to ask for a small portion of that be published to the jury relating to the killing of bodies after a casting.
All right, what's the response from the state on the proposal to admit exhibit number 83?
Your Honor, the state would object. The state would object on under Rule 403, cumulative waste of time, just confuse the jury. In addition, under Rule 613, which I think is what the defense had indicated the intention was to admit, there has to be more than just an admission of it. There has to be extrinsic evidence, and then there has to be some kind of inconsistency, and the party has to be given a chance to explain that. None of that has been done at this point in time. There's been no questions asked about any inconsistent or perceived inconsistent statements. So I think it would be premature to admit it. I think admitting it in its entirety, when Ms. Pastenes is here, she's testified about a lot of the contents. It's simply cumulative. So for those two reasons, we would object.
All right, any further response, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, I'm allowed to go into impeachment. I questioned Ms. Pastenes about her beliefs, or at least what she felt were conveyed by Mr. Daybell and Ms. Vallow about castings and the ultimate result. In addition, Judge, The fact that she engages in an interview for 3 hours and 35 minutes and makes a number of representations that may be inconsistent with what she said today, by that very definition, allows me to bring in those statements and allows me to submit this this interview of Miss Pastenes and Officer Hermosillo. So I'm baffled as to why the state is suggesting this isn't proper impeachment.
And Your Honor, all due respect, but Rule 613B lays out the specific process. Council has not followed the rule as laid out in 613B. If he were to follow that rule and there is still a reason or grounds for admission, the state would understand, but the rule simply hasn't been complied with.
All right, well, I've considered the offered exhibit at this time. I'm not saying you can't impeach potentially with the exhibit, but to admit the entire exhibit, which is the full interview, I think does require under Rule 613B a process that at this point we're not at. So I think it would be premature to admit the exhibit looking at Idaho Rule of Evidence 613B. And for that reason, I'm going to deny the admission of it at this time. So with that ruling, then we'll go ahead and break for lunch and come back on. Mr. Pryor, if you want to review that further or discuss it again on the record in terms of how it may be used for impeachment, I'll consider that. But admission of the entire exhibit is denied based on the objection of the state and the rule I've cited. So that'll conclude the ruling at this time. We'll go ahead and take the lunch recess and resume back at 1. If you want to make any further argument or proffer, I'm still open to that, Mr. Pryor. And
Thank you,
we'll do
Judge.
that just before the jury comes in.
All rise.
Here we
Okay.
go.
Well, thanks for having me, Addi.
Thank you so much for being up with me.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you.
All right, we're back on
Maria.
the record on CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We concluded the lunch recess. We are on the record outside the presence of the jurors who have not returned to the courtroom yet on the court's instruction to hold them while we continue to discuss this evidentiary issue related to proposed Exhibit 83. The court had a sidebar with counsel on the record discussing that it will permit the refreshing of the recollection of the witness to determine if there are any prior inconsistent statements that would implicate Rule 613. And so at this time, I'm going to allow you, Mr. Pryor, to publish those excerpts to the witness so she can listen to what was said in the interviews, and then we'll make a determination as to whether or not there are inconsistent statements that may bring into play Rule 613B and how those may be used if you believe impeachment's required. All right, Exhibit 83 then. And again, without the jury here, I'll allow you to publish the sections you think are relevant in terms of determining whether there's inconsistent statements. I'll have you turn your microphone on, please, Mr. Pryor.
Exhibit number 87 is an interview on 10/23 of 20 with Officer Kiyakamano and Edwards of Ms. Pastenes as well. That's 87, and 88 would be a interview with Officer Hermosillo and Officer Kiyakamano on 4/29/21 with Ms. Pastenes, and I'm going to have them marked as Exhibit 87 and 88 as well, Judge.
Are you intending to publish any part of those?
I will publish 3 excerpts on those respective exhibits, Judge. As
Okay.
well as
When you do publish, just carefully identify which exhibit is the excerpt is from, so we know that.
Your Honor, may I also inquire to get the timestamp on each publication?
Yeah. The best we can identify what is published, we'll need to have a record of that. Since currently none of these exhibits are admitted.
Judge, on 83, we're going to start at about 24. 2412, Judge.
All right, you can publish to the witness.
And Judge, it's up on the HDMI, if I could have them.
That was never explained. Never, I don't know. He never said that. I don't think that was ever put in as an option or asked as an option. Actually, that's the first time I ever even thought about that could be an option. That my spirit could actually come back to the body.
So
A
did,
possibility.
so did you believe it to be that once your spirit is in limbo and the demon is in your body, in order for that demon to get out, they have to kill your body to get that demon out? Is that how you understood it?
No, because it was understood the way that Chad explained it was that we would expel the demon out of the body, put a protection around the body so no other entity could come in, but they never spoke about killing the body. Do you see that? They only talked about expelling or throwing out or casting out the bad spirit. They never talked about actually killing the body.
Okay, so if you expel that evil spirit and you put a protection around the body, and the good spirit can't come back, what the body is basically gonna die, right? The expelling of it causes basically the death of the body, whether that's an intentional harm to the body or just body just had a car accident, dies, or falls over from natural causes and dies. Is that what you're saying?
Mhm.
Judge, that's a 2604.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Judge, if I could have 87 and 88.
Yes, I'll have the bailiff deliver those.
Okay, I'm coming back a little early because, well, it's not really a little early. We're actually 3 minutes past when they're supposed to be coming back, but we know that they usually are about 5 to 10 minutes late. So thought I'd come back a little earlier just to kind of see if we can kind of get back in the groove before they come back. So taking a look. Toy says, I disagree with the state. If Chad wasn't physically involved, the jury needs to know info to determine that. I think that they are pointing out those things. Let me see it. Oh, I'm like, what? Oh, I have to turn that off. Sorry. So I kind of think that along the way, Pryor has really tried to point at things that kind of sort of point that Chad wasn't there. Like, okay, so far we have no DNA of Chad's on the tools, right? Did they say there was DNA, but it was not enough to be able to make a DNA? I forgot the word, whatever that word is. The to decide whose DNA it was, they couldn't do that because I think it was the consumption issue or something like that. But if it's not Chad, if Chad's DNA is not on any of, here they come, any of those tools.
Please be seated.
Then it's open to, well,
All right, I
then
believe
whose
we've
is it?
got the text sorted out here. So the agents on the stand, if we could have the jurors brought back in, please. Thank you.
And so my thinking is maybe that he's been trying to do that, open that up, and now you hear that Chad's DNA wasn't on those tools. Those tools were found at his house. They should have been His DNA should have been on those, right? Which means, were those tools brought by the person who did the digging and then left there on purpose? Which I bet wouldn't be surprised if defense is kind of gonna go there, or leave it up to that to be a, even though you're not supposed to go outside of, as a juror, you're supposed to go by the testimony and evidence. But the evidence is that Chad's DNA is not on those tools. So neither is, or how do they know that though? If they can't, I got to go back and rewatch, listen to, read, whatever, the part about the tools. All rise. So, see. Toy says this whole casting out of demons is confusing. Did they think they were going? doing it wrong?
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, when we left off for lunch, Mr. Wood, you were on direct examination. I think you had offered, or were discussing Exhibit 229. It was not yet admitted, and then we had an issue that we've resolved. So if you'd like to continue with direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I do believe, talking with counsel, that Exhibit 229 comes in by way of stipulation.
Okay, it's been offered. Is there any objection to the admission of Exhibit 229?
No objection.
Very well. Exhibit 229 is admitted.
Is your appropriate title agent?
No, it's intelligence analyst.
Can I just call you Mr. Dean?
Sure.
Mr. Dean, do you have Exhibit 229 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a copy of the text messages that were exchanged between Tammy Daybell and Chad Daybell on the 9th of September of 2019.
And how do you know this?
I know this because I reviewed these same messages during my review of the contents of Tammy's phone.
Other than the text messages themselves, what other information is shown on this page?
There are additional details for each of the messages on this page, including the direction of each message, whether it was incoming or outgoing. Different timestamps for each message are shown on the page. And also there are the source paths indicating where on the phone, where inside the phone, the raw information for these messages was maintained and stored.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 229?
You may.
I believe that does. Agent, you mentioned, or Mr. Dean, you mentioned that there are different timestamps shown on this page for each message. Have you seen those timestamps associated with these messages before?
Yes.
And can you explain to the best of your knowledge why different timestamps are associated with these messages?
Yes. So when I first reviewed these messages in late May of 2020, I did so using Cellbrite Reader's timeline tool or timeline feature, which allows for the review of data items from multiple categories together in chronological order. And when I did that, only by default, only one timestamp was displayed as the primary timestamp for each item, for each message. And so it was that default timestamp that I used whenever I referred to these messages in written documents or when providing court testimony on previous occasions. That on this page, that timestamp, those default timestamps are labeled as the CR default times.
Do you
as-
have a pointer up there?
Sure.
If you can point out to what you're, or
All right. So these times right here, CR default, those are the timestamps that I'm talking about now, and they're labeled CR default here because they're the default times shown in Cellbrite Reader. So recently, as I was refamiliarizing myself with the contents of this device and with these messages in particular, I still saw in Cellbrite Reader that these CR default times were still being presented as the primary timestamp assigned to each of those items. But I also observed that there was an additional timestamp for the incoming messages that show that they had been sent roughly 1 hour earlier. And those earlier timestamps were only visible when viewing the metadata for each individual message or by accessing a separate section of the Cellbrite of the extraction report in Cellbrite Reader to see the raw information for the messages in within the phone's internal SMS database. And so on this page, those earlier timestamps for the incoming messages are labeled as the sent times right there. And they're labeled as such because that's how they're labeled in the phone's internal storage.
and with regard to those incoming messages and those two different timestamps, were you able to determine which of the two timestamps is most accurate?
Yes.
How did you make that determination?
I was able to make that determination by consulting telephone toll records for both Tammy's and Chad's phone number, covering this time period. And those toll records had been obtained early on in this investigation from Verizon, who is the phone service provider for both numbers, and they were obtained through search warrants that had been obtained by Fremont County Sheriff's Office and the Rexburg Police Department, respectively. And so what I did was I had on one screen, I had the Cellbrite Reader program loaded and opened up to display these 4 messages. And on another, I opened the folders that contained the Verizon search warrant return information for both Tammy's phone and for Chad's phone number. And I opened up the spreadsheets that specifically contained SMS message data or text message data. And I applied filters in both spreadsheets to only show the messages exchanged between Tammy and Chad on the 9th of September of 2019. And then I sorted those messages from oldest to newest. And after I took those steps, I saw that there were 4 messages in both of those spreadsheets, and there was 4 messages, of course, in the Cellbrite Reader window that I had open. I was able to see that the order of these messages and the directionality of the messages matched up in all of those windows. And I also saw that the timestamps in the Verizon spreadsheets under the message send date column matched up perfectly with the earlier timestamps that had been located in Cellbrite Reader.
All right. And are those those timestamps from the Verizon records also shown on this page?
Yes, they are. They're listed first of all the 3 timestamps. So they're labeled message send date, and that's because that's how they're labeled in the Verizon returns spreadsheet.
All right. And on this sheet, are those messages listed in the chronological order of
the times found on those Verizon cell phone records?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Dean, will you, looking at that first message, who sent that message?
It was sent from the contact named as Chad,
And who received it?
the device user Tammy.
And what time was it sent?
September 9th of 2019 at 10:53:16 a.m.
And will you read that message?
Yes. Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times.
The second message. Can you look at who sent that message?
It was sent by the contact named as Chad
And who was it sent to?
to the device user Tammy.
And what time was it sent at?
It was sent at 10:56:52 a.m. on September 9th, 2019.
Can you read the contents of that message?
Gonna shower now and then go right for a while at BYU. Love you.
And the third message, who sent the third message?
Chad,
The third message?
excuse me. The device user Tammy sent the message to Chad.
And what was the date and time of that message?
The date was the 9th of September, 2019, and the time was 1:47:01 p.m.
And what was the content of that message?
It read, "Good for you."
And the last message on that page, who sent the last message?
That one was sent by Chad to the device user Tammy. And it was sent on the same date at 1:48:14 p.m. and it read, "I'm back home now."
So, Agent, you testified that you found these messages as part of your analysis of Tammy Daybell's phone. Correct?
Correct.
Why did these messages catch your attention?
The first message in particular stood out to me because it was simply longer and more detailed than any of the other messages that had been exchanged or would be exchanged between Tammy and Chad as they appeared on this device. So generally speaking, messages sent between the two were relatively short, and they dealt with things, routine matters, household matters, and things of that nature, such as whether one or the other needed to pick up a check or deposit a check, whether animal feed needed to be picked up for any of the animals that lived on the property, what time one or the other was coming home or leaving the house, and so on and so forth. And this message was the only one that was on this device in which Chad wrote to Tammy such a lengthy and detailed explanation of his day's events.
Okay.
And
Was there anything about the date of that text message that caught your attention?
yes, the date also caught my attention because if you recall from earlier in my testimony, my first assignment in this investigation was to review tips that were submitted by members of the public in response to that 5th of March 2020 press release by the FBI and Rexburg PD, in which the members of the public were asked to send photos and videos if they'd been in and around Yellowstone National Park on the 8th of September of 2019, in the hopes that that information, those photos, those videos may give law enforcement a clue and aid in the investigation to locate both Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. And so after having reviewed hundreds of photographs and video files taken from all across Yellowstone National Park on the 8th of September of 2019, I was very much aware that that date was the last day that Tylee Ryan was seen alive. And so upon reading this first message here on this page, in which Chad.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. This is becoming quite a narrative and there should be some questions, I believe.
I can ask some more, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So just kind of in summary, what was it then that caused you concern about this text message?
It was the fact that this longer, more, detailed text message, longer and more detailed than others on the device, was sent by Chad to his wife, Tammy, explaining with some amount of care that he had started a fire, shot a large animal, and buried that large animal on his property. And it was the fact that he did those things. He was telling his wife, Tammy, that he did those things on the day after Tylee Ryan was last seen alive.
And were you ever made aware in your investigation where Tylee Ryan's remains were found?
Yes,
Where were they found?
they were found in the pet cemetery on Chad Daybell's property.
Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
The exhibit is.
I can't decide what he was trying to do with that text to Tammy about the raccoon. And I have a feeling they're going to say there were no
Do I
raccoons.
also get permission to call you Mr. Dean?
You do.
Thank you. You had an opportunity to look at Tammy's phone and Chad's phone, is that correct?
I did not review Chad's cell phone.
You looked at Tammy's phone.
Correct.
You looked at the contents of Tammy's phone.
Correct.
And would you agree with me that there were frequent discussions with other members of her family?
Yes.
You would agree with me that based on your analysis that there were 3 people that were living in the Daybell home on this on or around September 9th, is that correct?
Correct.
And those people would be who?
Tammy Daybell, Chad Daybell, and Garth Daybell.
Did you discover any information with any other of the Daybell family members, whether they lived close proximity to the Daybell property?
Not during my review of Tammy's device that I can remember, but over the course of other assignments that I had in this case, I did become aware that that yes, there were other members of the Daybell family and their spouses living nearby.
And who were those?
I believe it was Emma Murray and her husband, Joe Murray.
And do you know where approximately they lived?
I believe they lived sort of catty corner to the Daybell property.
Now, it's not your position that the mention of animals in communications from Tammy is unusual, is it?
Mention of animals. It happened a few times.
Okay. And in those communications, the range that you used in this thing started around the 27th of July, is that right, of 2019?
For SMS messages,
Yes.
particularly? Yes, so the range of the SMS messages on the device was July through October. So yes.
So July of 2019 through October, the middle of October of 2019, correct?
Correct.
2.5 months.
It's about 4 months.
End of July, August, September, middle of October, right?
Yes. So
where's 4 months come from?
well, I think that the messages on the device started in mid-July. So if I was counting July,
Oh, I see. I see. But your date of evaluation started on the 27th of July, correct?
the date the very first SMS message appeared on appearing on the phone.
No, the date, the range of your evaluation of the phone started on the 27th of July of 2019 and ended on approximately the 17th or 18th of October. Is that right?
That's for the outgoing communications on the device ended up on the 18th of October.
Right.
There were some messages after that.
But the range of what you're talking about and testifying about is the range we just discussed, the July through October. Is that right?
That's right.
And the evaluation that you're presenting to this jury is that in that 2.5-month period, this was a lengthy SMS message. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you didn't look at, do you have an idea of how long Chad and Tammy Daybell were married?
Quite some time. I couldn't give you an exact date.
It was a significant length, wasn't it? You didn't evaluate their history of 30 years of marriage on their SMS communications, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, you didn't even evaluate the SMS messages from May, June, and the first half of July of 2019 during this range either, did you?
They were not on the device, so no.
Okay. So you really can't say, all you can say is that in this specific 2.5-month period, you found this to be a generally, and that's was your term, right? Generally longer than some of the others, correct?
So generally speaking, their messages between the two of them were shorter and dealt with everyday affairs, everyday matters. And this message stood out because it was longer and more detailed than all of the rest that were on the device.
And did you have an occasion to look at any other devices that Tammy Daybell may have had as part of your investigation?
No,
Were you aware as part of your investigation that Tammy Daybell had communicated with her children about this very incident about locating and finding raccoons?
this.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That misstates prior testimony.
Sustained.
Do you have any indication or information as part of your investigation that Mark Daybell and Tammy Daybell discussed wildlife during a communication?
From my review of this device, no, I do not have knowledge of that.
Okay. And you didn't look beyond this device. You're speaking specifically about this device, and you're not speaking about any other communication that may have occurred discussing wildlife or raccoons or skunks, right?
Correct. And on this device,
Okay.
that's what I'm speaking to.
Okay. And again, the phone number for, just so we have a clear record for Tammy Daybell was what number?
The phone number for Tammy Daybell was 801-669-4368.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wood, any redirect?
Just very brief. You were asked how long the Daybells were married, or Chad and Tammy Daybell were married. You weren't provided with devices for the entire length of their marriage, correct?
No, I was not.
And you were asked about the length of this message, and part of what stood out to you was the length of this message.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, this message is what this message caught your attention because of the content and the date about burying an animal in the pet cemetery.
Judge asked and answered.
Overruled.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Thank you. All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Intelligence Analyst Dean. And we will ask, at this point, I'll just inquire if he may be recalled. Is the state intending to recall the witness?
Your Honor, we're not planning on it. We have been, just as a matter of course, not releasing law enforcement from subpoenas just in case, but, so we wouldn't release them at this time.
All right, so, Mr. Dean, then with that being said, because of the court's exclusionary order, I'll direct you not to observe or watch any continuing trial testimony in the case or discuss with anyone else any testimony they give in the case. With that, you can go ahead and be excused. Thank you for testifying.
Your Honor.
And the state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Janet Andersen.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you.
Mr. Wixom, again, do you believe the exclusionary order would apply to this witness?
I believe it would, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, then having been sworn, I'm just going to ask, have you watched any of the trial online or from any other source or observed any of it in here?
No,
Okay. Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given in their trial?
no.
Very well. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Janet Andersen, Janet Andersen.
Thank you. And where do you live?
I live in St. Charles, Idaho,
And where is that?
by Bear Lake.
Where did you live 5 years ago?
I lived in Lyman, Rexburg area.
When you lived in Rexburg, what type of work did you do?
I was the secretary at Central Elementary in Sugar City,
How long did you work in that job?
15 years.
Do you recall working with the Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Can you recall which years you remember working with her?
She started in 2017 and she died in 2019.
Could you describe for the jury what kind of working interactions did you have with Tammy?
I saw Tammy every day, multiple times a day. She was in the library and I would have to go down, deliver notes to the students or take her books to get checked in. Just different handouts we'd have to hand out. So I'd be in her library 2 or 3 times a day, every day.
Would she have occasion to come to the office where you worked?
Yes, lots of times.
Were there any other duties that you had that you shared with Tammy?
Nope.
I want you the best you can. Can you tell the jury what your perception was of Tammy, her personality and demeanor, just generally speaking?
She was easy to get along with. She was very quick to get her duties done. She was very efficient, organized. She was easy to talk to, and she didn't ever have anything bad to say to anybody. And she was a friendly person. She's friends to everybody. Everybody loved Tammy.
How often did you have interaction with her? Was it every day?
Every day. Mhm.
And with respect to her attendance at work, do you recall, was she someone who called in sick or missed work?
I don't
Judge, I'm going to
remember.
object unless there's some additional foundation.
Overruled.
You may answer.
I don't remember any days of getting a substitute for her. She just wasn't ever sick. She never had a cough or a sniffle or a limp or anything that I noticed.
Okay. Was Tammy ever one to complain of her health or talk about her health?
No,
At any point in time, let me withdraw that. Thinking back to just the last few weeks before she passed, did you ever notice anything about her and her health?
no, she was very energetic. Like I said, she was the Energizer Bunny. She just was everywhere and got everything done she needed to. And
Would you mind elaborating on that for the jury? When you use the word Energizer Bunny, what do you mean by that?
she just never quit. She was always where she needed to be. She had multiple jobs. She was lunchroom duty. She was computer lab, librarian, recess duty. She was always quick to get to wherever she needed to be. She didn't talk very much, stop and visit very much. And if it was brief, and then she went to where she needed to be.
How did you first learn of her passing?
Mr. Garner called me Saturday morning.
And other than possibly grief, what was your reaction to that news?
I thought, how could this be? I just barely saw her Friday at 3:30, 3:45. She was happy. She was healthy. She was laughing about curtains she'd had to put up in the computer lab so the kids would quit knocking on the door to say hi to her. And it was just really quite a shock. I didn't know how it could happen.
When you talk about this, her stopping or putting up curtains, did you have a specific interaction with her regarding that?
Yeah, she stopped at the office on their way out. Her and Emma stopped at the office and told me about what they were doing in the computer lab to put up the curtains, and they were laughing about it, how it's so funny that the kids had to say hi when they just barely saw her an hour before, but they'd have to knock on the window and say hi to her, and they thought that was really funny. Tammy had quite an interesting sense of humor. I loved it. She was happy most of the time about lots of things.
Thinking about that interaction with the curtains, when did that occur relative to her death?
That was at 3:45 on Friday. And I guess she passed away that night or morning.
So as you recall, you last saw Tammy at 3:45 the night before she passed?
Yes.
When you had this interaction with her about the curtains, did she appear sick at all to you?
Nope.
Did you make any other observations about her health?
She was just normal, healthy all the time.
Did she have any appearance of having had a hard work day, tired, anything like that?
Actually, no. She seemed like she had energy, no matter what time of the day it was, morning or evening or whenever I saw her. She just was always on the go.
And then just last question, over the last few months before she passed, did you happen to notice whether or not she'd gained or lost any weight?
I don't think she gained or lost any weight. She looked the same. She walked the same. She was always really fast walking to wherever she had to go. In my office, I would see all the halls. And so I could see people coming and going wherever they went. And they put me in that spot so I could. So I saw Tammy a lot, but she was just always on the go where she needed to be.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no more questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Andersen, do you have a recollection of being interviewed by Officer Mattingly,
Who's that?
one of the police officers who conducted the investigation in this case and interviewed you?
Well, somebody came to the office and made me write down a report, but I don't remember his name.
Okay. And do you remember as part of that report, you mentioned that Tammy Daybell was somebody who kept to herself?
She kept to herself in the way that she got her job done. Like I
Okay.
said, she didn't stop and talk to very many people for very long. So
Okay, so when you say she kept to herself, it was in her, and I don't want to suggest that it was a shy manner, but she kept her personal business to herself. Would that be fair?
well, she never said much personal things to me, so that's probably why.
Yep. In fact, she never said anything about her health to you, did she?
Never.
In fact, the one person that you would identify who would probably be her confidant at the school would be her own daughter, Emma. Would you agree with that?
I don't agree with that.
Okay, why not?
I think she had lots of friends. She talked to lots of people, and there could have been a time when she would have said something to one of the other staff members.
And despite the fact that she had a tendency to keep to herself, according to you, you're telling me now that she must have talked to other members but you don't really know that, do you?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You don't know that, do you, ma'am?
I don't.
Okay. But you do know that her daughter worked at the same school with her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would you say it's fair to say that her daughter, um, that they spent a lot of time together when they had downtime at school?
No, I don't think they did.
Okay. Now, on the day that you're describing and the day that the Friday, the last day of school that Tammy was there, do you remember the efforts that were being undertaken by Tammy to prepare for the book fair that day?
Yes,
Okay, and there was a book fair that was scheduled, correct?
correct.
And you would agree with me that that required a lot of moving of books and a lot of hustle and bustle that day, right?
Objection, counsel's testifying, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was it a significant endeavor to prepare for that book fair?
I think so. I didn't really look at people when they did that, but I probably was.
So when
Yeah.
you're saying that you didn't observe, you didn't actually observe Tammy on that day preparing for this book fair, is that right?
Actually, the book fair wasn't that day. It was the next week.
Okay,
So there wouldn't have been a lot of quick work. I imagine she got things organized and sort of got ready for it, but I don't think there was a lot of extra work that would have had to be done on that Friday.
but you're not aware of, you didn't have any specific recollection of seeing Tammy doing anything particular in regards to the book fair, is that right?
No,
Okay, but you don't know one way or the other, you're just speculating, wouldn't that be fair?
that would be fair. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Judge, I have nothing else.
All right. Any redirect, Mr. Wixom?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that'll conclude your testimony then, Ms. Anderson. Are we going to anticipate she may be recalled?
The state would excuse her, Judge.
From the bench?
Judge, I don't anticipate calling her either, I would excuse her as well, thank you.
Okay, you can be excused. Thank you for appearing. State can call its next witness.
State would call Tammy Guy.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Okay, thanks.
All right, before the witness testifies, let me just inquire now that you've been placed under oath, Ms. Key. Have you watched any of this trial online or observed any of the trial testimony here in the courtroom or otherwise?
No,
Thank you. Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given in this trial?
no.
Okay, thank you. With that then, Ms. Beatty, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gee, could you please state your full name and then spell your last?
Yes. My name is Tammy Gee, G like in good, E.
Do you prefer to go by Tammy or Mrs. Gee or Ms. Gee?
You can just call me Tammy.
Okay, that sounds great. Can you tell me where you work?
I work at Central Elementary in Sugar City, Idaho.
How long have you worked there?
I have worked there for this year will be 14 years.
And what is your job title there?
I teach kindergarten.
Have you taught kindergarten the entire time you've worked at the school?
No, actually, I taught third grade for 3 years, and then I have taught kindergarten the rest of my stay there.
And in 2019, were you teaching kindergarten?
Yes, I was.
I want to talk to you about someone named Tammy Daybell.
Yes.
You know her or do
Yes.
you know her?
Yes.
How did you know Tammy Daybell?
She was the librarian at our school.
And how long did you and Tammy Daybell work together?
From the time she was hired on until her passing.
And do you know about how many years or months that would be?
I would say that was about 3 years.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you learn that Tammy Daybell had passed away?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the very last time that you ever saw Tammy Daybell. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
Yes. It was the day before her passing after school.
Can you tell me about what time you spoke to her during the day?
I spoke to her at about 3:20, between 3:20 and 3:30 is usually when I get back from duty. And I spoke to her then about one of my students.
Do you remember her demeanor during the conversation?
Yes. She was very animated. She was very friendly and kind.
Did you make any observations about what her health was?
Um, I didn't see any health issues. We talked just like I would on a regular day.
How would you describe her energy level?
Great.
And at some point in time the next day, did you receive a phone call?
Actually, our principal texted us all, and yes, we heard it the next morning.
What was your reaction?
I was shocked. I was shocked. Shocked.
And why were you shocked?
I had just talked to her the day before about one of my students and how we were going to help him. And I didn't see any indication that she was sick.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beatty. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Key.
Good afternoon.
Do you recall on that Friday if there were, are you aware of any preparations that were being done to prepare for a book fair the following week?
Not that I know of.
Okay,
Not that I remember.
okay. And would you agree that Tammy was a bit of a private person, and in terms of her personal life, she tended to keep to herself?
Not really, but not really.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that.
Judge, I have nothing else.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, I have nothing further for this witness and she may be excused from her subpoena.
All right, unless there's any objection from the defense, you may be excused from your subpoena. Thank you for appearing and providing your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
You're welcome. State can call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Pam Peebles.
or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, before we inquire on direct, I'll just ask the witness, have you observed or watched in any way any of the trial testimony that's taken place in this case?
No.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given?
No.
Very well, you can inquire on direct, Mr. Wicks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Pamela Peebles, Pamela Peebles.
And ma'am, where is it that you live?
I live in Rigby, Idaho.
And where do you work?
I work at Central Elementary in Sugar City, Idaho.
What do you do there?
I'm a Title I teacher.
What is that?
We help children that are not on grade level in their reading. We just kind of help them to get their reading up to grade level.
How long have you done that?
Probably around 14 or 15 years.
As a Title I teacher, did you have and do you have regular interaction with the library?
Somewhat, if I'm out in the hall or whatever, and I go there to get books frequently.
I want to draw your attention back to 2019. Do you recall working with Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And the best you can recall, how many years or how long did you work with her?
Probably a couple, 2 to 3 years.
Could you just describe for the jury your day-to-day interactions with Tammy? What would those be?
I would see her around the school every day because she was running around doing her library and computer stuff with the children. So I would interact with her every day, and sometimes she would come in our room, but mostly I was out at recess duty twice a week with her for a half hour each time.
What did recess duty entail?
So we were just out there to ensure the safety of the children. And Tammy would be able to run around with them and interact with them. She knew each child by name, in all of them in the school. She loved the children and they loved her very much. So she would interact with them a lot. And it was a joy to watch her. And she was a good friend as well as a coworker.
As you sit there and reflect back on what you were trying to explain about recess, would you say that's an active, physically active duty?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's becoming leading.
Sustained.
Did you get a chance to watch her during those 30-minute sessions of recess?
Yes.
And specifically, what would she do? What would you observe her to do?
Well, she would engage with the children with their playtime, and she would make sure that they were okay. And she was very involved with the children.
Okay. How did you first learn of Tammy's passing?
One of the teachers that I work under let us know that she had passed away.
And other than perhaps grief, what was your reaction?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Grounds?
Judge, it's argumentative.
Overruled.
What was your reaction when you learned of her death?
Mostly surprise.
Why?
Well, because I was with her on Thursday at recess duty, watching her with the children and speaking with her like we always did. And I saw nothing wrong with her. So I was shocked.
To that point, thinking to your interactions with her day-to-day at work, Did you make observations that you had a perception of her health?
Well, I thought she was quite healthy. She had been training for a race.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There's been no foundation for that testimony, and it's a narrative.
Sustained.
Ma'am, did Tammy ever say anything to you about whether or not she was training for a race?
Yes.
Judge,
Go ahead.
When did she say that?
She had said that.
Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for hearsay.
Judge, it goes to her state of her physical well-being under 8033.
Overruled.
When did she tell you that?
She told me that several times, but Thursday we talked about it.
And what specifically did she say about that?
She had told me that she felt like she was in the best health of her life. She had been eating better and losing some weight and training. And she said she felt very good about her health. And we discussed that a little bit.
Based on your observations, was anything about that she was sharing inconsistent, or was that consistent?
It was consistent. She seemed very healthy to me.
Had you personally, just off of observation, noticed whether or not she'd gained or lost any weight in the few months before she passed?
Well, she had lost some, and I was a little jealous of that. So we talked about that a little bit, and she looked good, and she was happy that she felt better and had changed some of her habits and stuff.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, I have no more questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I don't have any questions.
Very well. That'll conclude your testimony then. Any reason why the witness can't be excused from the subpoena?
We would excuse her, Your Honor.
Very well. Thank you for appearing and testifying. You are excused.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm about to lodge some objections of my own. He's getting to me. I think he wanted to stop. I think Mal said that. He wanted to stop her emotions. Get her off the stand quick. Get her out from the jury's view, in my opinion. Maybe this too, Candy. I felt like it was an emotional thing. Like he was irritated that she was, how dare she be emotional on the stand and how dare no one say anything. I've seen trials where they actually stop witnesses and will stop and take breaks if a witness becomes too emotional. And this was just a little bit. I mean, I think some should be allowed because, I mean, she was a real human who had real friends. You know, she was loved.
Okay, we discussed scheduling here with council in that sidebar. We are going to go ahead and conclude for the day since they are doing this courthouse maintenance this afternoon just behind the courtroom here. We are intending to just have a regular scheduled day tomorrow of 8:30 till 3 or 3:30, depending on when we break for the weekend tomorrow. So that concludes evidence for today. There is another brief issue I'll take up on the record outside the presence of the jurors once they've been excused from the courtroom, if counsel will remain for a moment. And so I will go ahead and give the council your instruction I give you each day as you go home. Please don't discuss the case or any of the evidence amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't investigate or look the case up in any way, and we'll have you fill out your affirmations tomorrow that you followed that instruction. Thank you for your attendance today, and we will see you tomorrow morning for
All right.
evidence.
As I just typed in the chat, it looks like we're going to be able to be present with and be a part of or at least be able to listen to the whatever this is, housekeeping, motions, arguments, or whatever it is. So that's at least that's what I'm getting from it. So I'm looking to see.
Please be seated.
Yep, we are.
All right, the court just wanted to clarify something on the record as it goes towards exhibits. When the case started for trial, I raised a concern with counsel about some of the markings, which in law terms we refer to as bait stamps on state's exhibits, referencing Vallow/Daybell with page numbers or potentially a case number or something. I think they're just page numbered that way. When we started trial, I did have a concern about the references to Vallow, being that we previously had a separate trial in that case, potentially having some impact if the jurors would or lead to speculation about why that was there. Now that we've gone through significant evidence, I was originally requesting the state and they were redacting that Vallow reference from exhibits. At this point, with all the references, I think the parties have agreed in the court also that it doesn't appear there'd be any kind of prejudice or cause for speculation to have those references on exhibits. And so exhibits are now being admitted without that redaction. And one example would be the 234 exhibits, which were admitted today, which have those markings on them, are now unredacted. So that's how the court is handling those exhibits. And I understand the state and defense don't object to that being contained on the exhibits. Is that accurate from the state's perspective?
That is, Your Honor.
From the defense perspective?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, counsel. I just wanted to clarify that on the record for any future reference. Is there anything else we need to take up before we conclude today?
The state needed to take up, at the conclusion of Melanie Pulowski's testimony, the state had indicated that we were requesting she still be held under subpoena. The state at this point is releasing her from her subpoena.
Okay. Do you intend to potentially recall her?
No, Judge.
All right. Well, you can advise her then that she's released from subpoena and watch the trial if she wants to. Okay. Thanks, everyone. In
Judge,
attendance
just a
today.
quick sidebar after we're
Okay.
done.
We can take a sidebar as well, and I'll discuss on or off the record, Mr. Pryor.
Off the record in a sidebar, Judge.
Okay. Thank you. We'll be concluded for today then. Thanks, everyone.
All rise.
All right, that's it. We are done. Yeah, we kind of figured, we knew that they were going to end early, and there's no sense in starting a whole new witness, with what, 10 minutes left from when they said that they wanted to start yesterday. So that's where we are with this. So productive day? Sure. Oh, so I think, who was it that they just said that they were letting out a subpoena? Was it Melanie Pulowski? Is that, I kind of blanked out and was reading the chat when I heard it. So I think he said Melanie Pulowski was released from subpoena, which means she is able to watch the trial. Hey, come over here. Yeah, right. Oh, so thank you, Mal. Oh, no, sidebars are never, we don't ever get to hear those. Accidentally, maybe, but no. Sadly, we don't get to hear them. All right. Okay, y'all. Well, another day down, one day left, full day tomorrow-ish with, either ending at 3 or 3:30. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you for your support. Please let me put my little banner up. Do this really quick. Please do all those things in there and share and all the stuff. Be sure if y'all ever want to, and you're especially replay watchers, I should say this at the beginning of these. It would be awesome to see our replay watchers putting comments and stuff in. That really helps out the channel. Comments from all you guys in and after your thoughts and stuff. If you have any questions, I read everything. So please go and make yourself known in my comment section. I thank you guys for support, and I hope that you guys have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye.